All right, everybody. Before we begin the actual council meeting at 6:30, we're going to go again and get started with special presentations, and we got quite a few today. You want to come up, Darwin? Yeah, perfect. And come on, everybody from the committee, come on up. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to the chair of our Public Safety Committee, Carlos Andres, to go ahead and present two special awards, Firefighter of the Year and Police Officer of the Year.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, all of you, for having us here today. As the Mayor mentioned, we are the Public Safety Committee, and one of the initiatives that we do throughout the year is that we reach out to the command staff for the Sheriff's Office, and we reach out also to the Fire Department, to their battalion chief, and ask, or the regional chief in this example, and ask, okay, who do you want to recognize from the town? And or from who works in the town for Miami Lakes, and this one is very personal to me because it's actually someone that I've known since I've been a kid. I've been living in Miami Lakes since '93, and Deputy Ortiz is the individual that's being recognized tonight, and he's somebody that has been a true example of someone that works, lives, and plays here, right? And it's a wonderful thing because when you have someone like that, guess what? He has skin in the game, So he's answering all these calls, and he's out there dealing with all the heartaches that we deal with on a daily basis. So I'm going to go ahead and recognize the major to go ahead and introduce or to give him the plaque from the Public Safety Committee, and very excited to do this for Deputy Ortiz.
Thank you. Carlos, you want to come up? How many of these you got already? Like 10? No? It's like that. I think it's like the 12th time I've been up here for him. And he's only been here like 5 days, so I think, no, I'm just kidding. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very proud to present this award as Deputy of the Year for Carlos Ortiz. Carlos Ortiz has been with the town now 24 years. He's been on the department for 30, spent 6 years down in Color Ridge, decided that he wanted to be closer to home and actually commit to a nice community. Went to the town incorporated. He was one of the officers that volunteered to come up here. When he got here 24 years ago, he worked 2 years on the road, handling calls for service, doing traffic enforcement, and then his hard work paid off, and he was able to make it to the Neighborhood Resource Unit, where he currently works today. As a neighborhood resource officer, he has many tasks. One of his dailies is to work at the K-8. You guys see him at the K-8 on the K-8, Miami Lakes K-8. Him and Kenny, his partner, are there daily. They don't miss a day. The only time these guys take off is in the summer and during the holidays. But during the school days, they don't miss a day. Very dedicated officers to the job, so we're really proud to have him on the team. The next thing he does is, after he finishes that, he goes and he rides bike. So he's an avid bike rider. You always see him every day. Has the little lights, no sirens, but the little lights on the bike. He has coverage. He covers the east side, the west side of the town. Fair weather, he's always out there doing his job. And then in the afternoon, he returns for dismissal, and he does a great job with that. On top of that, he's one of the police explorer advisors for the Town Police Explorer program. So him and his partner Kenny, they're out there weekly. They take him to the Police Explorer Academy during the summer, and they also help them to get to be doing ride-alongs. So he's part of that program too. There's only 2 officers currently assigned to that. And last but not least, he's part of our honor guard. So you'll see him here during honor guard services. Again, Kenny wears many hats. He's a great guy. On top of that, just to talk about his police background, he's also a family man. He has a wife and beautiful kids that are here with him today, and that means a lot. He's a short timer on the department. How much time you have left?
Probably like less than a year.
Less than a year. So we're blessed to have him, and it's going to be hard to lose him. But I tell you, I've been here 7 years, and the years that I've known Kenny, it's been a pleasure to work with you. Been a great person, a great human, not just a deputy, but you love to serve this community, and I can see it in every day, the dedication that you do. So with that, we want to present you with the Officer of the Year Award. Yeah, your family.
You deserve this moment too. Cars for Heroes, get it started.
Great job, Kenny.
All right, we're not done yet. Next, I'm going to recognize Captain Villavicencio from the fire department and also a public safety committee member who's going to lead off the fire presentation.
Good evening, everyone. Actually, before I start, I'd like to invite Chief Dan Boline. He's got a couple of words before we present the Town of Miami Lakes Public Safety Committee Firefighter of the Year. Here you go.
Thank you. No problem. Guido, why don't you come on up? I'd like to start with saying we have a large pool of dedicated individuals in Battalion 4th serving Miami Lakes that have been in here and been in here for years. The community of Miami Lakes Fire Department, probably like police as well, once they show up, they never leave, even when you want them to leave. Anyways, with that said, we nominated Anthony Cueto, for the Firefighter of the Year award this year. Some of the reasons that we chose him is his undedicated devotion to the Firehouse 64. He is our kitty man, which I'll explain what a kitty man is. Basically, he provides the lifeblood to the firefighters that work at that station, i.e. coffee. We live on coffee. We get very angry when there isn't good coffee or there's no coffee at all. There's a lot more to the kitty. He makes sure that the bills are paid for the station, those that the county doesn't pay. He makes sure that we have necessary items in the kitty because we purchase our own food, cook our own food. It's a very thankless job. It comes with a lot of complaints from firefighters. They truly don't appreciate what he does on his days off because that's not a paid position. And I've watched him now for the past 7 years here at 64 do an outstanding job trying to accommodate everyone's needs. He was hired in 2005, so he's got 20 years of fire service with Miami-Dade Fire Rescue, and as I stated, he's been here for the last 7 serving your community. He's recently become a public safety diver, which is an asset to your community, considering all your canals, lakes, and pools. And that was no small feat, not to take a shot at his age, but at his age. So
Oldest one to go through.
it was so far he is the oldest one to go through and receive the certification with Miami-Dade Fire Rescue. So it truly is in your heart and it truly is in your mind, and he's got both. Tony Cueto's gone countless years, not recently, but throughout his career, not calling out sick, and has had multiple awards for perfect attendance. He's a father of 3. He's doing a great job at that, and he writes very well. So if you're looking for an article to be written, get with Tony. I enjoy reading his posts. He's on Instagram. So without further ado, I want to present this award to Tony because he definitely deserves it. From the Town of Miami Lakes Public Safety Committee, recognize Anthony Cueto, firefighter from Ladder 64, in appreciation of your extraordinary service and dedication to your profession for 2025. And thank you. Thank you. Maybe some photos.
Chief, wow, you beat me to it. What else can I say? Wow. All right. So again, this firefighter is not only a town resident, but also grew up in our neighboring city, the City of Progress, right? City of Hialeah. 21-year veteran from Miami-Dade Fire Rescue. Has been serving the town of Miami Lakes residents since 2019. And his current assignment obviously is Station 64 on the platform on A shift, yes. Correct? This firefighter possesses many specialized certifications, like the chief said. Myself being a rescue diver, probably one of the hardest certifications to get, especially at our age. So I'm there with you, okay? Lastly, he is a loving father, husband, and son. And again, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great honor that the Town of Miami Lakes and its Public Safety Committee congratulate this year's Firefighter of the Year, Anthony Cueto. Thank you. No problem.
All right. Yeah, let's go. Come on in. Let's get. All right, let's get.
All right, everybody, we still have one more set of presentations, so if you can please hold on before you go. They're very young, so I know they would appreciate the support. So if the council can go ahead and grab the special gifts there. Okay, no, there was another one. Oh, okay, there we go. Angela's got it. So pickleball, as you know, has taken off as a sport here, not only in our community, but throughout the county and the state of Florida. In fact, our former Vice Mayor, Luis Collazo, is playing every single morning at Amelia at the yards, you know, so you can find him there. And even though he can't be here, he would be very proud because of the two people that I'm going to recognize for winning a special tournament up in Orlando. But before we get to the young man, well, they're both young men, but that's what we call Lucas. I want to begin with David. David, why don't you come up here? That's right. Good job, man. So, David, I'm giving you a certificate of recognition, and it reads, in acknowledgement of your representation of our community at the 2025 JOOLA National Junior Pickleball Tournament in Orlando, Florida, where you and your team, the Dinkin' Donuts, earned silver medals. The town of Miami Lakes extends a heartfelt congratulations to this young resident for his sporting victory and wishes him continued success in his athletic journey. Good job, man. Congratulations. You want to say anything? No? We got one more. So this young man is special to me because in many ways he was my nephew before my actual nephew was born. And he's come a long way. He's all grown up now, you know, killing it in sports, whether it's baseball and now pickleball. So Lucas, come on up. This is Lucas Collazo, everybody. Good job. So Lucas, as with David, we're giving you a certificate of recognition with your name on it, which reads, much as it did for him, in acknowledgement of your representation of our community at the 2025 JOOLA National Junior Pickleball Tournament in Orlando, Florida, where you and your team, the Dinkin' Donuts, again, I really love that name, earned silver medals. The town of Miami Lakes extends a heartfelt congratulations to this young resident for his sporting victory and wishes him continued success in his athletic journey. Keep killing it, man. Here, if you want, I'll hold it, and that way you can flash the medal. Let me turn off the mic. Thank you all for your patience and for supporting our young residents. It's 6:23. We will commence sharply at 6:30. In the meantime, we're in recess. Good evening. I'm calling the meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. This is the regular council meeting for September 16th, 2025. Council members, come to the dais. Everyone else, please take your seats or take your conversations outside chambers. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Herzberg.
Present.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Present.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia. Councilmember Garcia texted me that he's joining the meeting a little bit late, so he is absent right now. Councilmember Sanchez. We saw him earlier. Vice Mayor Morera.
Present.
And Mayor Dieguez.
Here.
Mayor, you have quorum.
Excellent. Please note for
And
the
let
record,
the
Councilman
record-
Sanchez is coming
Right.
to the dais now. All right, everyone, please stand. And Abel, if you can come up. It brings me great sadness to announce the death of a great resident here in the town, someone that I've known since I was a literal kid when we were still meeting over at the middle school for our council meetings. Mita Mendez unfortunately passed away this weekend. Someone who was a tireless advocate for what she believed, took everybody who's ever sat up here or in a council position to task. And, you know, despite sometimes, you know, it getting very passionate, everyone always understood where she was coming from. It was coming from a great place. She herself had a tremendous love for the community as well as for everybody who served. And so with that, there's a special tribute that Mr. Abel Fernandez here at the Meet the Mendez podium is going to offer up in her memory. So Abel, please.
Good evening, town council members and fellow residents of Miami Lakes. We gather here tonight not only for the business of our town, but to honor someone who's made this council chamber her second home, Mita Mendez, our beloved sage of Miami Lakes. Though Mita was small in stature and thin in frame, she stood as a giant amongst us at this very podium. For years, she never missed a council meeting, arriving faithfully with the town budget tucked under her arm like a sacred text. She knew every line item, every expense, every number by heart, not because she had to, but because she cared deeply about how every dollar of our community resources was spent. Mita challenged each council member with unwavering determination, always asking the hard questions, always pushing for what was best for Miami Lakers. She didn't seek the spotlight for herself. She sought accountability and transparency for all of us. Tonight, as we see the plaque bearing her name on this podium, we're reminded of Mita's legacy, and that was her favorite seat there. To speak with courage, determination, and focus when addressing our community's needs. While none of us can fill her shoes, we can follow her example to stay informed, stay engaged, and never stop fighting for what's right. Mita Mendez showed us that true civic leadership isn't about holding office, it's about holding our leaders accountable. Her voice may be silent, but her spirit lives on in every question asked, every budget scrutinized, and every resident who stands up to speak truth to power. May the sun shine warm upon your face, my friend. The rains fall soft upon your fields, and until we meet again, may God hold you in the palm of his hand. Thank you, Mita, for showing us the way, and we got it from here. Thank you.
Thank you. If you can all join me in a moment of silence, please, for Mita. Please bow your heads. Thank you all. With that, we're now going to continue on with the meeting. Councilman Herzberg, if you can please kick us off in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please remain standing, though, for the invocation. Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for another day of life. Thank you for the privilege that I have and that my colleagues have to be able to serve our community. Thank you for the wonderful residents that we have, those that challenge us much as Mita did. Please help us to always remember that we need to continue to always fight for what we believe and do so in a way, though, that is respectful and comes from a place of love, just as Mita did. And to always be able to show respect to one another, no matter how hard it is. Help us to make the right decisions tonight, to be able to do what we need to do for the people of this town. Amen. You may be seated. God bless America, yes. All right, we are now in the order of business. I do have a change here at the request of Felicia Salazar for Cultural Affairs. She wants to move 10C to after public comments because she needs to be home by 9. I believe she has something to do.
Second.
Wait. Let's wait. Let's get everybody else's potential changes to the order of business. Councilman Sanchez?
I would like to bring the new item 16J. It's the item that was emailed earlier today to the beginning before after public comments. Before
Okay,
10.
well, so then it'll be after 6, it'll be 10C, 16J, you said it was?
16J.
Okay, that's the
before
new one.
10C, ideally.
Oh, okay, fine. 16J before 10C.
Yes.
Anything else?
I'd like to
Yes.
pull 12D from consent.
12G?
D, as in
D.
Delta.
Okay, got it. So
Okay.
12D
I
is
have
pulled
some-
from consent. Vice Mayor?
I would like to pull 12F and H from consent, and
12F
also
and
got-
H.
I'm also with Councilman Herzberg on 12D.
Okay, but okay, so 12D, 12H, and 12F, right? Yeah. Wait, actually, it should be 12F and then H. There we go. Just marking it. Okay, any other changes to the agenda? Okay, I'm going to repeat it back one more time just to make sure we have it, and then I'll entertain a motion. We are now moving 16J to right after public comments, item 6, right after 16J, 10C, and then items 12D, F, and H are pulled from consent. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Wait.
It moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Just a quick question, Mayor. Do you need, in order to put 12J, or
No, we can waive the
16J?
rule once we get to the item.
Okay,
Yeah,
sounds
this is
good.
just on the order of business. Okay, so with that, all in favor of the revised order on the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. And we're now in public comments. Madam Clerk, please read the rules into the record.
Good evening, and welcome to the regular council meeting. If you're here and you would like to participate in public comments, please just approach the podium. And as always, we ask you for your name and address for the record. We will afford you 3 minutes. And please, I always emphasize, comments or questions to be from the attending public should always be directed to the mayor in a courteous tone. And no clapping, no heckling, no verbal outbursts in support of or in opposition to a speaker. And as well, for the public that is attending online, we welcome you as always, and please, if you wish to speak, you have to raise your hand by clicking on the reactions icon, selecting raise hand, and IT will allow you to speak. And as well, if you're calling to participate in public comments via phone, all you have to do is raise your hand by pressing hashtag number 9. And again, we always thank you for participating, and please approach the podium so that we can begin with public comments. Thank you.
Good evening, David Bennett, 15830 Northwest 83rd Place in Miami Lakes. I'm just going to take just a moment. Obviously, Mirtha and I go back 20 years. We started in the middle school. It was always cold and damp. We fought a lot of things. We served on the charter committee together. She was dedicated to this town, and I just have to recognize that. She will be sorely missed. I'm somewhat heartbroken that she won't be participating directly with us, but at any rate, I think the statements by Abel were exactly on point. Okay. Well, first of all, Councilman Herzberg, your reaching out was obviously heard. Definitely, it was appreciated, and I understand. So I wanted to say that. The things that I'm confused about, and maybe I can get some help here. So we still don't own the Optimus Park. We have a share of its ownership. We, as a town, voted it down. Why does it keep coming up? What is it about the park that is such drama for the town? Now, once again, yes, we always like nice parks, but we don't own it. Now, has ownership at all changed between the 25 between the school board and the Optimist Club? I haven't seen anything like that. Maybe the town manager will let us in on what's the importance of this, that it keeps coming back. If the ownership ever changes, yeah, I'm all for it. I love improving my own property. I do it all the time. So I would like some type of explanation as to why. Whether there is one or not, I don't know. So, but that's my only concern. Oh, one last thing. Yes, thank you for hearing us about the budget. I watched the video of the first budget meeting. Yes, it resonated with you. I hope that you can draw the line. Just remember that our property values are increasing. Our property insurance is astronomical. Adding taxes to it, it's becoming impossible. And many people are very property rich and cash poor. And what it amounts to is that we end up, even after we've purchased our house and got our mortgage, we're renting from the county. And there comes a point where it's just un-American. We property owners, we want to own things. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Bonnie Cintrone, 14770 Lewis Road. Good evening, Mayor Dieguez, council members, Mr. Peterman, and staff. Just to piggyback a little bit on what that gentleman said about the Optimist Park, I had wanted to suggest that it might be a good idea to try to renegotiate the agreement that we have with the school board, because it just seems we have an unfair burden put on the town, and we do only own 1/3 of that area there. So I think we should look into maybe renegotiating that whole situation. Now, perhaps the rest of my comments should be directed more to Mr. Peterman, because I think you're the one that brings up the grants to the council to see if they can give their authority to apply for them. But every time we apply for a grant, it costs us money just to apply, because you have to write up the plans. I remember for the Optimist Park, the plans were something like $25,000 just to write up the plans. This seems really over the top to me. Some of these, even the Vision Zero grant, it doesn't require matching funds, but you have to draw up a plan, and then the town would incur expenses to implement whatever the things are stipulated there in that plan. So I think that's something the government should not be telling us. We as individuals should be responsible for our safety when we cross the street. I mean, this seems crazy to me. Then there was that other proposed grant to get $50,000 from the community forestry capacity for keeping the canopy in good shape and etc. But we would have to put up another $50,000. Well, why can't we just put up $50,000 to begin with of our own and have our own parks people use that to do the maintenance of the canopies as best they can with that money? Why do we have to ask for more so that we have $100,000 to spend? Just deal with your budget and live within it. But the worst one of all was the one for making the linear park along 139th, yes, street. Have any of you been there to the site to look at it? Because I used to ride on the bicycle trail that's on 60th, and I would never see anyone there. It was like my private trail. But for that area, for 139th, who is going to go there? It's in the far far southeastern corner of the industrial park. There are no retail businesses there that could profit from pedestrian traffic. There are no residential areas where you're going to have a lot of people that want to be jogging there. It's in the full sun for most of the day. The trees and bushes that are there are close to the street. Therefore, you couldn't put the trail on the street side. You have to put it on the other side, which is right by the canal. Alligators were seen in that canal in the past. I mean, I can't imagine spending $200,000 of our town budget to put a trail that no one is going to be using. So I beg you, please don't give permission to write up that grant. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonnie. Next speaker. Again, there's no particular order, just whenever you want. Thank you, sir. Welcome back.
Members of the council, Mr. Mayor, each of you, thank you very much for the opportunity again to speak to you. I come back this time because I realized when I left last week, and looking at my notes, realizing that 3 minutes go rather quickly. And there were some things that I said that I should clarify, and things that I didn't get to say. So it's been a while since I've done public speaking, but with that, I mentioned to you that 25 years ago I sat on the committee that did the feasibility study for the police department. And I mentioned to you that at that time, the town chose to use Miami-Dade Sheriff or Miami-Dade Police Department. I recommended that what they do. It was the right thing to do. And I never mentioned that last week, and I apologize. You also said that you're choosing to use 50% of your budget, I believe it was $8 million, for the police department. Dade County Sheriff's Office is one of the best police departments in this country. It is one of the top ones in the state of Florida, make no mistake. And you've chosen to use public safety as the priority for this community. And I believe that's the best decision. And I didn't get a chance to tell you that last week. But what I didn't tell you is we only have 50% of those monies left. What do we do with it? Well, you are stewards of our money. How you choose the 50% should tell you that, listen, not everything can be the priority. Something has to become a 2, a 3, a 4, maybe a 5, if even making the list. I didn't tell you that I thank each and every one of you for what you're doing. Because being an elected person is a very taunting task. It's thankless, it's rewarding, it's painful, it's lonely, but remember, you chose the chair. You chose the chair. I'll leave you with these words. About 1.5 years ago, my wife came to me, and she said, my wife is retired. She said, honey, I want to buy a new car. And I said, oh my God, what's wrong with the one we have? Is something wrong? She says, no, but the new ones are very pretty. They've got this like 16-inch screen, and they ride so beautiful. And I said, oh, okay. Well, we have 1 year left on paying the one that we have. And if we choose to do that, there's other things that go with that new car. Cost of insurance goes up, maintenance goes up, other things are going to occur with doing this decision. We also have some things in our plans to do down the road. She looked at me and she says, I'll stay with what I got.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. And if you could just, your name and address for the record.
I'm sorry.
It's
First
okay.
name Van, last name Toth. 8290 Dundee Terrace.
T-O-O,
Not afraid of it.
T-H. Yeah.
T-O-T-H.
Yeah. And the address, I'm sorry.
8290 Dundee Terrace.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
And again,
gentlemen.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker, please.
You forgot that he's exempt from giving you the address. All right.
My apologies, because you're a former first
Yes.
responder. Oh, you should have told me something. Oh, well, that's fair. Okay, well, thank you for that.
Esperanza Reynolds, Lake Glen Ellen. We bear witness to a council performance that is best in class. The work done during the last few weeks is historical in nature, and each of you has returned Miami Lakers to have a sense of trust that you are protecting the governed. We thank you. At least you're trying. A prediction that next year we shall find ourselves in the same situation as in 2025 must be prevented from coming into fruition. Therefore, as you deal with agenda items going forward, stop the continual desire to do more than is required, because you're going to have to maintain and upkeep it. We deserve better. What attracted us to Miami Lakes was the peaceful and quiet Norman Rockwell enclave we once were. Put a moratorium in place. Dedicate 2025-2026 to serve only essentials, while you analyze how to rethink the way government works. Tonight's agenda brings the 25th year anniversary committee to report, and I ask that you incorporate their ideas to the Veterans Day Parade and make that an unforgettable event. On Saturday, December 6, 2025, instead of yet another celebration after the Veterans Day Parade and Thanksgiving, which takes many people out of town, so we may not have anyone around on December 5th, coordinate a round table. Invite all former elected officials, important town residents, all houses of worship, spokesperson, and many of the activists that are rather engaged citizens. Many are considering now through social media, and they write to me about it, that we should incorporate. So on Saturday, December 6th, turn our chambers into a round table, honor the essence of Camelot, and analyze where we have been, where we are, and where we're going. Conduct a SWOT analysis to determine our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. A poll taken at the 25th anniversary of our town. Vision versus reality. Prevent rewriting the mistakes of the past. Gather lessons learned to apply them to our future actions. The proposed cost of $25,000 that they are going to bring to you, add it to the Veterans Day Parade, and we're going to have an unforgettable day. The streets are already lined with people. Everyone shows up. All of the schools have the bands already there. So it would be just an absolutely magical event. Or put an item on the ballot next year that asks, should we actually unincorporate? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. Next speaker.
Abel Fernandez, Chapter 119. I do keep it blocked. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I stand before you today not as a member of any particular party or faction, but as a concerned resident of Miami Lakes who deeply loves this community. We are witnessing heightened tensions and divisions across our nation. We see it in the news, on social media, and unfortunately, creeping into our daily conversations. These divisions have been growing for years now, and they've threatened the very fabric of communities like ours. But here's what I know about Miami Lakes. This is a wonderful town. We are neighbors who wave to each other in the morning, who help during hurricanes, who celebrate each other's children's births and graduations, and we mourn together as we did here today. We're together during all difficult times, along with the good. We shop at the same stores, our kids play in the same parks, and we all want the same basic things: safety, prosperity, and a bright future for our families. The last thing we want is for the divisiveness plaguing our nation to take root here in our community. We cannot let the rhetoric and polarization from Washington or Tallahassee divide us at our home here. The truth is, we have far more in common than what politicians at the federal level want us to believe. We all care about good schools, safe streets, clean parks, and responsible government. These shared values transcend party, religious affiliations, and personal identifications. I am here today to ask you that this town council take active steps to heal our community and bring us together. You have the power and the platform to remind all residents. Sorry, my fingers are too big and they keep moving everything here. That was a joke. To be civil, to have mutual respect, because it ripples through our neighborhoods. It ripples online, on social media. We just saw a victim of that recently with an intimidation on this individual's home because she has a different position in life. And if we're all truly children of God, we accept that we're all different. But you guys here are the ones that can make a difference. I've seen it get heated sometimes, and Alejandro had to bring it in the other day and ask for civility among you all. Everybody's watching. Please help bring this community back together. Thank you.
Next speaker. Okay, okay, we got one more in chambers. Welcome, Mr. Schwinghammer.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sean Schwinghammer. I live at 14501 Dade Pine Avenue, 32-year resident of Miami Lakes. Just to speak quickly about the 25th anniversary, I have sent everyone here an email about suggestions. I've been very enthusiastic about this. I think it's a wonderful thing because I think celebration brings unity, especially if you do it right. And there's so many things we can do. I've seen the report of what's recommended. I like it, but it's not half of what we can and should do in this town. I heard that somebody on the committee actually said that we don't need to celebrate the ancient history of Miami Lakes. I'm almost a little offended because I'm part of that ancient history of Miami Lakes. I don't think I'm that ancient. I don't think Felicia's that ancient. I don't think a lot of us are. But there's a lot of stuff that's boring and no one cares about. The fight to make this town, the 3-year battle back and forth to the county commission, a donor city versus a non-donor city, negotiations with the city of Destiny that became Miami Gardens, all that stuff. That stuff was really fun, was really hard, and it was really good. But what matters is there is a great other history of this town about the creation from, my goodness, almost 60 years ago, the PUD, or the urban plan community that we have here, the way that it fostered our community and getting people outside, but more importantly, our schools and all the academic successes that we've had, our fantastic committees that we've created over the years. We used to do a lot of great things. We used to have that Scottish and Irish American history because that was the foundation of this town. We've had, we used to have these great art shows and all these other things. All that doesn't have to be celebrated, but there are many things that we can do. And part of the list that I provided to everybody has a lot of things that are free. What is wrong with the poetry contest? We used to do that all the time. And when we hit our 40th anniversary of a community, which was 4 years into being a town, we had a poetry contest. We used to have our schools put banners up. Why not ask the schools to put up banners about the 25th anniversary? A long time ago, we painted our streets that we were now a city of Miami Lakes. Why can't we paint 25 in the streets and things like that? Those things don't cost a lot of money. In fact, most of them are free. And in fact, the cows, I made a big issue about the cows. I contacted 5 companies around the country, actually one in China as well. We can have cows. If a little investment from our town to buy, say, 10 cows, I already have 7 companies that will buy them for a profit from our town because they all want cows, but the town would have to be the lead. Those little things, they're little things. But when you add them up, it makes for a big event and it brings our town together. Like I said, why can't we have a golf cart parade? It costs nothing. We got 100 people or plus with golf carts, and they would stink and love it, and they make it a joyous day. But make it around the town. There's so much like that we can do. I appreciate the committee's efforts. I appreciate that they've put something forward. I think it can be much, much more, and I think that it should be, because this is a special place. Aside from building 6,000 apartments in 4 states and working with the League of Cities and being all over the place, I've lived here, I've seen I've seen where we came from, I've seen what's happened around us, and we are a unique place, and it deserves to be celebrated a little bit more than the recommendations. I thank you all very, very much.
Thank you, Sean, and thank you for your service to the community. With that, any other in-person comments? Any other in-person comments? With that, Madam Clerk, please check remote to see if anyone is online.
No, Mayor, there's no one participating online.
Okay, any written submitted comments you would like to note for the record?
My office did not receive any.
Okay, so with that, public comments is now closed, and we are on 16J, Councilman Sanchez.
First,
Please
I need a
remember that we
motion.
do need a- yes, exactly.
For the waiver of section 7.4 for the special rules of order. Do I have a second?
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the rule waiver, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The
Thank
rule is
you.
waived.
So 16J, I just submitted it today, and that's why we needed the waiver, is requesting to fly the Town of Miami Lakes flag at Town Hall at half-mast in honor of longtime resident Mita Mendez, who passed away recently. I'd like to see that happen until Friday at sunset.
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Councilman Sanchez, for bringing that tribute to the forefront. I know that her family will appreciate hearing about that.
Absolutely.
With that, we are now on item 10C. Madam Chair, please come forward to make your presentation.
Okay, I think I got it. Good evening, Mayor, Council Member, Town Manager, Clerk, and rest of the staff. We're here today to present the much required report to the Council for the Ad Hoc Committee 25th Anniversary report. I hope you all read it. It's a little bit lengthy. I don't want to go line item, but I'd like to bring to the front those members of this committee, William Perez, Rosario Navarro. Who else from the ad hoc committee is here? I know Vivian wanted to come, but I don't know. Okay. Well, you have the rest of the group that's here. And we've been working very hard. It has been a strenuous effort for some of us, and but we wanted to make this happen. We were committed to do it, and and personally, when I commit, I commit. So we have a budget that was given to us of $25,000. You have in front of you the budget. There's some items that we're still pending final numbers. One of them, and I think it's important, is the security. We're anticipating maybe about 5,000 people, I hope more. And we don't know if the police can be used, or maybe it's a public safety committee who volunteered to help us with the security. Adding all these numbers, we come to about 25,584. So we are 584, a little bit over budget, which I think is very good. We have potential vendors. We have Garrison Tap Room, who's going to provide a beer garden. Chick-fil-A, Specialty Smiles are going to provide the photo ops with cow costume people. And the Trellis Cottage, I think Kimberly's here, will be providing a booth to sell Miami Lakes related items, souvenirs, which I think is great. All these people are donating. Also, Vicky Baker is going to donate the cake. And we're going to use, I didn't want to use the trucks. I wanted to make the place look more like a fair, but now trucks are in fashion, I guess. But we're trying to use family food trucks to provide the kind of food that, again, we want on a fair, which is, when you go to a fair, at least when I was a kid, it was fun, and we want the kids and the family to enjoy a day of celebration in a very community cohesive kind of way. I submitted the minutes, a breakdown of all the expenses. And then we have page number 56, this one, is the celebration ideas proposed by the committee. We included some of the ideas brought up for residents. We try to keep it as as minimal as possible because our budget, I mean, all the stuff like Sean mentioned is going to be probably free. Just getting the community involved. A lot of people don't know what we're doing, and we need to start promoting it now because we are, and I keep saying, we're only less than 3 months away from this event, and we have done miracles, especially when we do the 4th of July at the last moment. So, but we need to bring the community together. We want them to participate. I think the golf cart, even though it was not approved by the committee, I think it's a great idea. But again, is keeping the budget as low as we can. We hope to get sponsors. We have the package that's being prepared or ready to go. So as soon as you approve all this proposals that we have for activities, we can move on. And we have the band. We have everything else, so it's basically, and we have the timeline that William prepared for us. It's tentative because we don't know still the order of the activities. So hopefully, it will be a great event. I think it's important that we celebrate and bring as many people. I mean, we have a lot of old people from before, and it breaks my heart to know that she passed away. I remember the first meeting, she brought this big book with her. And she was like a fighter. So we need to honor, and actually I found the first minutes of our first meeting. And I think that's historic. I mean, we're hoping to do like a timeline from the beginning to now. And even though we're 25 years old, incorporated, this town has been around for a long time, including the Indian mound that we have, and a lot of people don't know about it. So we want to teach the young that are here now, the people that are new here, the history of this town. So if you have any questions, or any of you want to say anything.
Well, why was the golf cart parade idea shut down? Or,
Pardon?
Why if I heard correctly, you said that the golf cart parade...
It was not voted for. They thought it
sorry?
was probably, and I'll have him probably explain it. It was taken down because some members, and I'm not going to see the members.
No, you don't have to say the name, but I just want to know
It's going
what
to
the
be too dangerous.
rationale.
We had it in for Christmas a couple of years ago, and it was very safe. I had more fun than with the bike ride. Safety.
No, but
So-
yeah, I understand, but we can make it work though too. And I mean, I think Mr. Stringhammer hit on the nail on the head. As far as especially when done correctly, and we've seen it happen before already. There were 2 different golf cart parades. If I'm not
Halloween
mistaken,
and
last-
Christmas.
Huh?
Halloween and Christmas.
Oh, well,
The one
but
on
even during
Christmas was,
there were like 2.
we
I
had
think.
over
Yeah.
100 golf carts. Police told us, and it was very organized, very safe. I don't know, again, we had the police helping us. So for that would be, but I hope if we cannot do it, we cannot do it. But if something that will, like I said, there's a lot of people, new people that have, and then the idea is to go from here, from Town Hall, all the way to the park. And
On the day of the
yes.
anniversary celebration?
Yes.
Okay.
And the event is, by the way, from 4 to 8. And we're going to have, like I said, a lot of activities for the kids and nice, fun, fair-like food.
I mean, at least for me, maybe my colleagues agree, I think you should continue to actually try to plan that out. I think that actually might drive more people to the event,
Yes.
which is exactly what we want. I mean, I don't know, does anybody disagree?
Well, Mr. Mayor,
No, everybody jump in.
I feel like we rule the committee, right? So I would make a motion to tell the committee to add the golf cart
I'll
parade,
second that.
Okay.
to the celebration. We have
our next
the
meeting
right to
will,
do that.
like I said, you're
Well,
the ones approving all this, and we want your guidance.
And again, it's not really a cost. It's just, we're just now directing the committee, though, to include that as part of the celebration, but it shouldn't add to your cost, really. I mean, I understand the concern about having police officers like we do with the bike rides, but I think this is something that has proven itself to be able to work fine without the police escort. So I think we can make that happen. If it was a bicycle, it's a bit of a different story. You got young kids as well on the bike that maybe can't pedal as fast as an adult, but everybody being on the golf cart and everything else, I think it's going to be a pretty safe event, especially just going from here to Veterans Park.
It's very, very direct.
But there's before you continue, I'm sorry, we just have to take a vote on the motion that's on the floor.
Okay.
All those.
But I actually have some discussion
Okay.
on it. Because I do kind of agree, though. I understand where you're coming from, but it's very difficult to control who comes in as a golf cart driver in this parade. You could have people join up in the middle of the parade route.
Okay.
My question is just, do we know how much it would cost to have a police escort?
Well, if you look at the numbers in the community bike ride, that's basically what it is. So
Which
you're
is-
looking at least about 1,000, I think.
But
you
isn't
know,
there a
per ride.
ratio of golf carts to police cars? Like for every 10 golf carts, you have to have one police escort?
Well, I'm not the one you got to be asking that. That would be the major, I guess, over there. You know, but I think we're also overthinking it. Yeah, again, we have seen this play out multiple times without the police escort. It has been just fine. As far as people joining in mid-parade, I'm sure that happens all the time.
Yeah.
You know, again, I just don't want to stall the main directive here, which is
Correct.
for them to incorporate it.
I would like it incorporated. I do support the item. However, I would ask that either the committee or the staff or whoever the liaison is, let us know how much they believe a police escort would cost. Just because we are, in the Christmas parade as an example, you're contained within the east side of town. Once you're crossing underneath the Palmetto Expressway and you're getting onto a more main street, there are unfortunately drivers who don't really care. They're on their way to wherever they're on their way and they don't care. And it's also going to help control the pace. You don't want people with very fast carts separating the parade route, controlling the pace, making sure that it's actually maintaining itself.
We'll just throw the school crossing guards there under the Palmetto.
There you go. There you go.
But with that, yeah, just get the information. But as far as the main motion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. So please work that into the celebration and come back to us.
Just to be
with
clear,
information.
you want us to explore, or you want us to
No, we want you to
incorporate?
incorporate it. And
Right.
then what the vice mayor was asking, though, is for you to get back to us at your next report some cost on what it would cost for a police escort to see if we need to move some money around just for additional safety.
All right.
Right? Especially with the crossing of the Palmetto. Does anybody else just want to jump in
Just a quick question.
at your
I
leisure?
wanna-
Yeah, go ahead.
Guys, thank you so much. This is going to be an incredible event, and I know you are adding to your plate. You have a lot of things on your
Yes.
plate, and you've added this to your plate, so we really appreciate that. I have a question as far as sponsorships, companies that want to sponsor. What's the
Well,
time?
that's why everything has been put on hold, because we were waiting for the package and to have you approve our package. I
Who's
mean,
creating the package?
we were able to at least get our logo for the 25th anniversary, but we haven't been able to do anything else.
Okay,
So-
who's in
Prior to
charge?
soliciting sponsorships, we have to have you approve the actual plan. That's what we're doing right now.
Okay.
Okay.
And when will that, you think you'll be able to
Nope.
present that?
Tonight? Tonight.
So we're just
Tonight
approving
is
the
it.
sponsorship plan, okay. All right.
So we can move on, otherwise we're.
I just wanted to add something that there's a short, first, again, thank you guys. I know it's a lot of work and we really appreciate it. I think it's an important event. I'm willing to donate the difference of the 25,000, the 584. I'll donate that difference, so you can count on that 584. So not to cut anything out of what you've already
Okay.
set out for.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilman.
Let me just
Through the
to
chair.
clarify
Yeah,
something.
the package is,
if I may.
basically is, they're providing.
Okay, so that's what I wanted to know.
Okay,
Because
page 56, it has basically what we are proposing to do. So, activities.
You're
Yeah,
talking about the package of
I mean, this
activities.
is page 56.
Right, guys, we need to
Yeah, to
approve
the
the event. We
sponsors
never
so they can,
actually
you know.
approve the event. So once we approve it, then they can actually get confirmations, because right now, there's no approved event.
Yeah, there's
I
a
move
lot
to
of things
approve the
that we need
event.
to
Through-
do, but
through
without
the
your
chair.
approval,
One
we can't do
second.
it.
1 second.
Yeah, there's quite a bit going on here.
Yeah.
So let's begin. Vice Mayor first, what were you asking?
I'm moving to approve the event as stated in the report, along with the golf cart parade as already approved.
Okay, so I'll second that. But who is trying to get my attention? Okay, Councilman Cuadra Garcia in discussion.
Thank you, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, for your work. I've got a question. $13,000 for stage lighting, sound, DJs, LED display backside. I mean, can we work a little bit on that? No?
Well, the thing is that we can reduce it, but the thing is, when we do the 4th of July, that's the most affordable type of stage that we can have, so it's visually attractive. We're gonna have, I think, fireworks at the end. On the side is included, everything, they have the DJ. I mean, we could find somebody, but we have been working with them for many years, and they're very professional. I think they've done different events for the town.
So no ways
and
of,
that, even though that, and just to further along your line of questioning, even though it's not necessarily the most affordable stage, because the most affordable stage would be one that the Youth Activities Task Force uses for like
Yeah, but
Nightmare
we
on
want to do
Montrose.
better than that.
Yeah, like they get it from Commissioner Garcia, but this is the most affordable for the acoustics that come with it and everything else, all the stage.
Yeah,
you know.
it's like a package, basically.
Yeah. Okay, I see Gladys said here too, who may want to make some comments.
Yes.
And one more.
Wait, because I want to respond to you. So in order for us to be able to sell sponsorships, we need to be able to have items that we can display, either the company logo. So having a stage like the one that Youth Activities uses doesn't allow us to display any company logos, provide for any videos, and that's a selling point for us when we're approaching sponsors.
Okay.
Thank you.
And one more, $7,000 of fireworks?
Yeah, it's $1,000 per minute.
I was just gonna say.
It's
Every
only
minute
7
we throw a
minutes, but
grand out.
unfortunately, that's
Interesting.
what they charge.
Wow. And one more. Do we expect the park to get so dirty that we're gonna pay $1,500, $1,600, almost $1,700 to get the park clean?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, hang on. We're paying $1,700 for the toilets, not for cleaning. The cleanup is $250.
Oh.
What?
No, you're one line
That's
up.
the cleanup.
CFF is 1,650.
I'm not crazy. On page 54 of the agenda, it's which is the one
it's
Ms. Salazar
the
pointed to. It shows it backwards. So I don't know which one is which, and it makes a lot more sense for the portable toilets to be $1,700 than the cleanup. Yeah, right. That's two of them.
Handicap and.
Either way, we need both of those things.
Yeah. But that's a lot of money, $1,700 to clean. I don't think we're gonna have people that'll be that dirty out there. Wait a minute, it's wrong. I've got it right here.
I just copied it.
So is this a
from-
mistake?
Right, so on the meeting minutes, you have cleanup at 250. So the first page, the committee report is incorrect. It's swapped, right? The cleanup would be.
My apologies. I did it
That's
very
okay.
late at night.
No, yeah,
That's
fine.
okay.
I did the report very late at
No,
night.
Look, to be clear, it's $1,900 for toilets and for post-event cleanup, and I think that's completely
correct it.
reasonable.
We'll correct it.
We should leave our park clean, and you know, Councilman Garcia, through the chair, which I guess is me at the moment, is, you know, a lot of these events, I understand where you're coming from. You and me, we make sure that we leave somewhere better than we found it. Unfortunately, we are talking about an event that is to the mass public, and you know, sometimes these garbage cans can get overfilled, or it may not be in a convenient location, and you know, the litter is just gonna happen. The best thing that we can do is prepare for it by budgeting for it. So, any other comments on this?
One question
Go ahead.
to the chair. So you guys believe you have enough time to get the sponsorships? Because this budget does not include sponsorships, so there's the
No.
potential of the actual
Yes,
out-of-pocket
yes,
going down.
We believe me, tomorrow morning, we're shooting the sponsorship to everybody who wants to sponsor. our
And
event.
you're confident with the timeline to promote and everything? We're going to approve this today?
We're praying that we can. We did it for the 4th of July, I think it was last year. At the last moment, you know, everybody came. And this is not just the 4th of July. This is our anniversary. Maybe it's not as glamorous as the 4th of July, but it's very important to the community. We need to, you know, maybe the next one will be 2030, and because we're not going to be here for the 100 ones, like the one in Hialeah, which was amazing. I went there and it was amazing. But yeah, we need to do something to celebrate our independence, basically, when we became independent.
Any other questions on this? I have one question actually. I was just going to leave myself for last, but I'll quickly ask it. Since you mentioned the Hialeah event, I did hear it was a nice event. Apparently the weather unfortunately impacted attendance.
Yeah, it was thundery.
But did you notice any programming that they had that maybe you would want to add into this?
Yeah, I took a lot of pictures, which I'm going to share with the committee in our next meeting, and getting ideas of what they did. So, of course, we cannot afford the stage that they had. It was amazing.
I understand
and,
that.
And the band that they had. So we do what we can, and we're a small town. We're not Hialeah. Hialeah is huge and has some more residents than us.
Understood.
But we always try to do the best that we can, and,
Gotcha.
and if we can get people motivated, and like you said, he was going to donate some money. You don't have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
We can get businesses, and everybody's struggling. We understand that. But it's just every 5 years, or I don't know if we do it every 10 years.
Yeah.
But it's something to celebrate and to teach the new generation, the newcomers to Miami Lakes, what we are about, our history, how we became a municipality. I mean, we have a long history. I found a CD that has lots of pictures from way back. So we are special, and this is a special place. And I always say, and I mentioned it years ago, is Miami Lakes is like an oasis in the middle of this urban chaos that surrounds it. So we need to keep it up, plant more trees, protect what we have, and make it better every time. So
one more thing, and not to overload your plate, and Claudia said remembers this because we won. Remember the scavenger hunt we did with Lewis, that was arranged through then Commissioner Bovel's office. I think it wouldn't be a bad idea, and I'm not going to necessarily give you direction or move to direct you to do this, but I think it would behoove you to look into trying to do a historical scavenger hunt of some kind with the town. I mean, again, it was previously arranged through Commissioner Bovel's office. Maybe Commissioner Garcia can help out with that as a daytime activity leading up to the main event. And again, I'm pretty sure they've got to have that record somewhere so that you don't have to really do a whole lot of legwork on that.
Yeah. I mean, I personally have never been involved in a scavenger hunt, but if we can get the right people, I mean, it's people with experience. Because we've done the 4th of July so many times, people look up to us to do it.
No, of course.
But scavenger hunt, we haven't done.
But I would encourage you to look into it, and if you want, I'll forward you the information I have. I'm sure Sean, I don't know if he left already.
No, he had a Boy Scouts meeting, so
okay,
that's why he couldn't stay.
But I'm sure I'll work with Sean on getting you that information. I know that I believe Andrea Riccici was involved with organizing that, with different historic sites, and it was just like 20 different historical sites, and to figure out where you had to go.
That was one of the ideas from the residents.
Yeah, and you had to solve a riddle.
Find the markers and all the different historical places.
I'm not trying to overload your plate, but just something I think would be cool to consider. And again, it's something that's been done before, so why reinvent the wheel? It shouldn't add too much more to your plate. Again, it's just a request. Anything else, gentlemen? All right. Well, thank you all for your time. Thank you for your efforts.
Right.
And
we got to vote.
So
yes. Okay.
You got to vote.
All right. So with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. All right. The ayes have it. The motion carries.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you all. With that, we are now done with item 10C, and we are moving on to, there are no appointments, and we are now, therefore, on manager's reports. 8A, monthly police report by Major Gonzalez. Please come on down.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, Mr. Manager. First, I just want to take a moment to recognize Mirta Mendez. She was a champion for law enforcement, big supporter of us in the community, and my condolences go out to her family and friends, and may she rest in peace. Major Jose Gonzalez with the Town Police Report for August 2025. We continue to see a decrease in crime. We are down 54.41%. That's minus 74 crimes versus last year's numbers. Last month, we issued 608 citations. 351 were written, 240 were written warnings, and we also wrote 17 parking citations. I've been checking on Big Cypress and I went through there after the meeting the other night, nice and clean. So I've been, the parking tickets have, it's been working, the educational aspect of the parking, the no parking signs. So that's been good. We got Coffee with the Cop, the National Coffee with the Cop coming up October 1st. We don't have a location yet. We're working on that with Claricel and her staff. And as we get that, we'll push that out. I want to talk about some great arrests at our Midnight Guys and the high crime visibility task force that we have going on for the vehicle burglaries had for the last month. I'm just going to read off some notes that I have here. It's two highlights that I want to point out. On Thursday, August 21st at 1 a.m., agencies of Miami Lakes Municipal District and Northwest District, as a part of an ongoing investigation between Miami Lakes Municipal District and the Northwest District regarding stolen vehicles and burglaries, Sergeant Munoz and Deputy Davalos observed a gray Ford Explorer sport track traveling northbound on 6th 7th Avenue from Northwest 154th Street. The vehicle matched the description of a Bolo, which is be on the lookout for a stolen vehicle that was taken from the Northwest District. A traffic stop was conducted and 3 subjects were detained. Subsequent search to the vehicle revealed the following items: a black bag containing burglary tools, a black ski mask, stolen Florida license plates, and a data reader. It's commonly used to reprogram vehicle electronic system and keys. I know we're working with the Public Safety Committee, putting on a PSA on how, I know one of our residents, Mr. Abel Fernandez, was helping me with that. We gave him some material on how you go buy it on Amazon. It's a little pouch that you could put your key in, so the RF signal cannot be copied through these duplicating machines. Obviously, we're going to be doing some more investigations on some of the background of that machine and see if it's linked to any other future vehicle burglaries and thefts due to the duplication of keys. So all 3 subjects were arrested and charged with the following: grand theft, possession of burglary tools, criminal mischief, dealing in stolen property, possession of marijuana, possession of drug paraphernalia. The District of Northwest and the Town of Miami Lakes continue with the investigation, and any further arrests will be notified at a later time. The second great arrest that was done by our midnight officers was on Wednesday, August 27th at 5:30 in the morning. Miami Lakes Municipal Districts were alerted by a license plate reader alert. The license plate reader alerted that there was a vehicle that was stolen traveling westbound on 154th Street, approaching 87th Avenue. The vehicle was listed stolen under the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Office. A short time later, Deputy Davalos observed the subject attempting to enter multiple vehicles by checking door handles in the area of Northwest 87th Court and Northwest 147 Lane. The subjects ultimately entered a white Ford van and began driving away. Deputy Davalos and Diaz attempted the traffic stop at Northwest 87th Court and Northwest 147 Lane, but the driver fled and attempted to strike Sergeant Munoz with going head-on with him with his vehicle. Sergeant Munoz pursued the vehicle, which continued northbound on 87th Avenue, then turned west on 164th Street, before heading south again on 87th Court and stopping in the driveway of 8720 Northwest 162nd Terrace. The driver fled on foot through a nearby yard. Sergeant Munoz issued a bolo, and along with Deputy Davalos, and they detained the other 2 passengers in the vehicle. A saturation of the Royal Oaks West area was conducted by Sergeant Munoz and other deputies, and the subject was located at Northwest 167th Street and 85th Court. Upon approach, the subject attempted to flee again on foot, but was apprehended in front of 16230 Northwest 84th Place without incident. A check of the vehicle confirmed that the white van was reported stolen out of Kendall District. Search of the vehicle revealed a firearm magazine containing 9mm ammunition. Around a routine check of the confirmed that all involved individuals were convicted felons. Detectives from the City of Miami, City of Miramar responded to conduct interviews of the subject. All 3 individuals were charged accordingly and transported to the Turner Guilford Night Center, Correctional Center. The charges were grand theft order, occupied burglary to a dwelling, possession of ammunition by a convicted felon, petty theft, and aggravated assault on a police officer. And with that, I open it up for questions.
To the chair.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you so much. This is amazing. I mean, your officers, they deal with this every day, and they're heroes. And it's testament that the LPRs work, right?
Correct.
You're consistently having, these experiences where we're finding these criminals. Now, I have a question. Do you know, perchance, if the ones that were taken into custody had priors for the same crimes? Car theft, petty theft, burglaries?
I don't have their priors, but normally these type of individuals are repeat offenders.
I can almost bet that most of these have priors for the exact same crimes.
Yes.
I guess the question I have is, what can the town do to help, lobby, I guess, the state attorney or any lobbyists we need to do to crack down on these repeat offenders that continue to get arrested for the same crimes, do their time, let go, but continue to do the same thing. We want these people put away, especially the ones that are doing it over and over again. What recommendations do you have in that aspect?
I mean, the recommendation we always make is it's up to since they're property crimes and victim crimes, like the victims a lot of times don't press charges, they get their vehicle back and they just want the vehicle back, and then really it's ultimately up to the victim, because if the victim doesn't want to press charges, then the state won't proceed with the charges. Don't walk up behind me like that.
I love your situation.
I have eyes in the back of my head. So,
but those who have been arrested, done the crime, been convicted, and yet,
yeah,
are
and
put
like
on probation,
the one on
and they do the exact same thing over
the
and over
aggravated
again.
assault on a police officer. Obviously, that's our deputy's going to continue. We're going to full file charges. Of course, a lot that comes into play on their past, on what they've been charged with in the past. Like there's a convicted felon, and there's ammunition. Sometimes the federal government, like the ATF, will take over these kind of charges and they'll move forward. But ultimately, it would be up to the court, the state attorney, plea bargaining, and that kind of like leaves our hands. Obviously, our detectives follow up and they push forward with the cases and they ask for the maximum. But ultimately, it would be up to a judge and a state attorney.
That is no fair to you and your office. I'm sure there are cases you arrest the same people and you remember doing the same arrests for the same crimes, and it's no fair to you. And it puts your lives at risk. So I think we need to do everything we can to push our state attorneys and the state to crack down on these repeat offenders and make sure they stay in jail.
I appreciate
whatever
your
we can do
support.
for you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Through the chair.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Major, for the good work that your officers are doing. Quick question: is there officers undercover, unmarked out there at night?
Yes, that's part of the enhanced vehicle burglary detail. Yes, sir.
Good. That's all.
I was about to say he could tell you, but then he'd have to kill you.
Yeah. Any other questions of the major? Councilman Herzberg.
Not a question, just a comment. I've been noticing high visibility. Even saw one today in Royal Oaks, right by the gate guard. Seeing them in the neighborhood. That's great. That's what I know a lot of residents want. So I appreciate you making sure your officers are visible, and that of course I assume helps with a deterrent. So keep it up, good work.
Yeah, and another note: we have technology now. It is ad hoc, which is directive patrol, GPS based. We put a box around a certain neighborhood that we're concerned with. As special issues happen, there's a vehicle burglary, rashes, or watch orders, and then they have to go in there, and there's a certain amount of time they have to be in there every couple of certain hours. I don't want to give out any other stuff, but they have to be in there, and then we do get a police printout showing that they were in there, how long they were in there, the officer, because it's all GPS based. So we know that they're in there, and we definitely have them in Royal Oaks, Loch Lomond, Section 1, and all the other neighborhoods that need high visibility.
I mean, I've seen a big difference. I don't know, and you don't have to share with me, but I've seen a big difference recently, and they're very visible, and I really appreciate that. I think the residents appreciate that a lot.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Major, first and foremost, as always, phenomenal performance. The statistics speak for themselves. I wanted to touch very quickly, specifically on the data reader. You mentioned that you're working with Mr. Abel Fernandez. I've seen his posts on it, very good. I just want to ask if there was anything we could do as a council to help your efforts on educating the community on protecting themselves from that, because I feel like a lot of residents don't realize that they are a target to be hit by that specific type of crime. Is there anything that we can do?
I just think like what we're doing now, getting the word out, spreading in social media, or like I said, working with the Public Safety Committee. I'll be getting with Claricel and her staff to do PSAs for social media, just spreading the word out, talking at events. We always you know, when we have little events, coffee with the cop and stuff like that, we're always talking to the residents and educating them on.
I know we have like the lock it or lose it program that we've always done, but I guess a lot of the residents maybe don't realize that they can lock it and still lose it.
Correct.
Because what these devices do is
Yes.
hacks, for
Yes.
lack of a better term, the signal by their car remote, and it duplicates it.
Correct.
And so what you mentioned, the sleeve is a great option. It's a sleeve that prevents signal from escaping. There's also another one, which is actually what I use at home. It's called a Faraday box,
There's a box, yeah.
where
That's cool.
that's basically the box that I drop my keys in every day.
Yeah.
And that prevents the signal from getting intercepted as well. So all of those options are great for our residents.
Maybe the town, I could make a suggestion for maybe
Yeah.
next year, the town could, they're not expensive, maybe do a giveaway, some sort of promotion like that, where they buy a couple.
Yeah, buy a couple
you
to
know,
show
come
it
here
off.
at Town Hall, pick them up. They're like $10 or something for a little sleeve.
That's
or
a,
something like
a
that.
really good idea. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else from the major? Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
Alrighty, with that, we will move on to the infrastructure report. Director Santos.
Good evening, council. So like I usually do, I'll highlight this time just 2 items. One of them is related to the 59th Avenue project. This happened during the last meeting, but I forgot to highlight it. In the 59th Avenue meeting, in the northern section, there was a request from South Florida Water Management to have access ramps. One of those ramps was creating a challenge for us with one of the adjacent properties. We actually had a one-to-one meeting with South Florida Water Management staff, and they went ahead and agreed to eliminate that access ramp. So this eliminated the conflict. So now this allows the design in the northern area to proceed much smoother than if we had to maintain that. The other item I want to highlight before I open it up for question is, during the last meeting, Councilmember Cuadra Garcia asked for some backup on the Canal Bank Phase 1 evaluation. We still don't have the final report, but I went ahead and just added some timelines of what has been completed. Currently, we received the second draft. I am reviewing that myself, making sure we have all the responses that this council required, and the residents and the past council as well. So we have a complete report. I should be sending that back to them between this week and the next, and hopefully soon after that, get that final version for distribution.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Santos? Councilman Herzberg, you're recognized.
Thank you. I see on our consent agenda, I don't think that was pulled, the new contractor for the demo. So the prior contractor was not able to get the bond, correct?
The bonding, yes. The previous contractor, after all the background and the research we did through our procurement process, he was unable to bond. This contractor, went ahead, since we experienced this, asked them for a letter from the surety just to confirm. That was provided, so there should not be that problem with this contractor.
So as soon as we approve this, how quick is this demo going to start?
They're going to go into permitting, the same process, go into permitting, get all that done. Once they get the green light from county, environmental, and all those entities, the first, not shovel, but the first hammer would be on the ground.
Okay, thank you.
Chair.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. For the record, the second highest bidder, or rather, excuse me, the second lowest bidder is the one that you're granting the contract to, and that is going to be more expensive than the first. So
Correct.
the thought that we were actually getting a bad deal is false, and we should throw that out the window, because we were getting a good deal. They couldn't provide a bond. They couldn't come up with a bond. They couldn't get an insurance company to bond them. So now we ended up with the second least expensive, which is more expensive than the first. I just wanted that to be on the record. That's it.
Through the chair, we saw this coming. We brought it up. I brought it up.
Yeah.
The low bid, it was taking time. They were stalling you. Took 2 weeks. We kind of said, hey, maybe that low bid, there's an issue with that. You guys did what you had to do. You know, you found, you saw that they didn't. But the letter you requested from the second bidder, now the second lowest bidder, was there a reason we didn't do that with the first bidder?
It's, like I mentioned in the last meeting, this type of situation is not very common. We've awarded over 25 projects right now with our drainage, and we've had our procurement process hasn't run into this situation. It's
Yeah.
very unique.
Yeah, sure.
It's not unheard of, but unfortunately it happened.
Well, now that we know, like Vice Mayor always says, lo barato sale caro. Can we just, any bids going forward that we see are just unusually low, I think we need to be a little more, scrutinize them, no, not I think, we should scrutinize them more and ask for these documents, as early as possible, ahead of time, to prevent the month and a half and now another 2 weeks or 3 weeks. So we're basically behind. How many months are we behind schedule?
That would be a month since the award.
Okay. Now, I know I brought this up at previous councils about having a project manager that's not the town, hire a part-time man, an entity that has done this many times, different projects, will allow you guys not to be, forced to do this on your own. I think these little things that are causing these delays, every single month that goes by is adding a percentage point of cost to this project. So I think we should seriously consider, having a project manager that is, and I'm not saying anything against your skills, sir. I'm just saying things like this.
No, what I want to respond
would've been
to that
prevented.
is that this is on the procurement side. So we're
Oh, I
not
get it.
talking about on the management side.
Well-
This is something outside of the control. We have certain checks. We follow those checks. At this point, the contractor had cleared those checks. For some reason, the surety that the contractor was working with did not feel comfortable bonding them.
Yeah.
So,
Councilmember,
Understood.
Councilmember, just the one that was unable to get the bond, they have done work for other municipalities, extensive work for other cities, so they have been able to get a bond in the past. They just were not able to get it now, so.
And I get it. But I'm just saying hindsight is 20/20, and months ago, we were all here, and we saw it. We all mentioned it. We said, there's something fishy here. Super fishy, right? We all saw it coming. It was obvious to all of us. And I'm just saying, we got to do better and try to avoid things that we can see plainly. We're running against a wall. We know we're going to hit that wall. These are little things, guys, that if we, hindsight, if we had the power of hindsight, the superpower of hindsight, and I think we did in this case. I think everybody up here saw it coming, and then it still happened. Now, who's to blame? I'm not pushing blame around. I'm just saying we got to be a little more pushy on that aspect of it and say, wait, there's something going on here. That guy, usually this happens, it's been this long, we got to go to the second guy now and save 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. Because I'm telling you, that's tens of thousands of dollars we could have saved right there. I'm just trying to prevent these issues from happening. And that's why I brought it up months ago, and that's why the council also talked about it. So that's basically my 2 cents on that.
Councilmember Herzberg.
No, I guess I just wanted to clear up the Councilman Garcia's comment. You're saying when the delay was first brought up, right? That's when we started talking about it. That I just want to remember. I agree with.
Since the beginning of the year, every single council meeting, when the director came up, what was the question I asked? How's 59th Avenue? Where we are? What's going on? Why is it happening? What are these? What can be the delays? And months ago, or the last 2 council meetings ago, this was brought up that you were having trouble, and I think 2 or 3 people commented, "Oh, there's an issue here. That's way too low. Why don't we move on to the next guy? Why can't we do this quicker?" All I'm saying is it was brought up. I think we could have moved a little bit faster, saved ourselves a couple weeks, and even this, it wouldn't have changed the situation. The situation would have been the same. They wouldn't have been able to get the bond, but we would have gone to the second quicker and saved time, and time is money. That's all I'm saying.
No, I get what you're saying. I remember that conversation, and at that point, it would have made sense when they told us about the delay. They should have been ready to just give us the second contract at that point. And that makes sense. I get that. Let's try to just, make sure we also do our due diligence, and look at this project very closely, because I am frustrated as well. And this isn't a project of this council. It's many councils that go, but it's taking a long time, and I want to stop funding it so we can use that transportation money for something else, right? So let's try to get it done. Thank you.
Any other comments before I put my comments? Councilmember.
If I may add something
yes,
before,
go ahead.
excuse me,
Santos.
Councilmember. I forgot to mention, Councilmember Garcia, one of the things you requested during the last meeting was to have a schedule. It's been incorporated into the monthly infrastructure report. So in there, you'll see from pretty much now until the end of the year, we're just in 60% designs for roadway and 30s for the structure, which is a bridge. So my updates moving forward are pretty much going to be related to the design that is still ongoing.
Just another, through the chair, if I have one more question, if you don't mind. As far as the Caterpillar, that's done, that's complete, that we've worked things out with them?
That was part, the update of the impact, that was the reduction of impact was to that property.
Perfect, okay.
But as far as finalizing that.
Yeah, I've provided, because our design team has done a rendering, like a, not a full construction plans, but a rendering of what the southern driveway of Caterpillar will look like, and the impacts, because of the change by South Florida Water Management, the impacts to that southern driveway are much more reduced. So it looks, we've sent that in the last week to the External Affairs Director for Caterpillar, and they're going to consult internally. And I even offered, if their engineers, internal engineers, operational engineers, want to discuss with our staff, including our design team, we'd be more than happy to set that up. So
I would just ask that the normal business is you send an email, we try to schedule, okay, let's get back to each other. Next thing you know, 2 weeks go by, 3 weeks go by. Let's try to prioritize and say, no, we need to meet this week. We need to meet as soon as possible. Next meeting, short as possible. Let's set some timelines here that we can get this going. Because when do you foresee that building being knocked down?
Right now, we have an
because I'm sorry, I can't see this. I need glasses.
April of next year is the current estimate of completion for the demolition.
Is that because you don't have an idea of how long it's going to take the county to approve permits? It seems a long time to demo.
Well, we have an estimated schedule for that, so that's the duration that we estimated.
Yeah, I have clients. I mean, I get it. This is different. I have clients that demo buildings a lot quicker than that.
Yeah.
Well, when do you expect the plans to be completed? I just heard you said that they were at 60%.
60% are expected to be complete for roadway in December of this year, and 30% of structures in January.
Okay, 30% of the structure.
Of the structure.
Okay, yeah. So it sounds to me as if the demolition, though,
it's going to be completed before we have any plans ready for construction.
Right, but I think the point I'm trying to make is just that that demolishing the building is not necessarily
correct.
It's a step here, but it's not gonna.
Correct.
It's not affecting.
It has not delayed
timeline.
the overall schedule of the project.
Well, we call it in construction scheduling. It's not in the critical path.
Okay, well, there we go. Exactly. I just wanted to make that clear, because I thought so initially too when we spoke about this a few months back, and then as I met with you and later with the manager, I got some more clarity as far as, again, with the plans, that until those are ready anyway, there's not much more we can do.
Yeah,
and obviously, we're still working on some issues with Caterpillar.
The demolition is not going to delay, because we need much more time than that to finish the plans.
I disagree. I think making sure this is knocked down before the end of the year is a clear signal that we're committed to this project, which is going to connect a huge part of our town to itself.
Well, and we will do
and we can
possible
agree
to
or
get that
disagree
done.
with should we do this? Could we but right now, my colleagues are thinking, man, this is taking too long. Let's take that money and do something else with it.
I mean, I
when
don't
this
know.
is
I think if
this
they're
is
thinking that way.
legitimate. Everybody has. I mean, it's legitimate.
Well,
but I believe it's because we're not moving as fast as we can on this. That building, and I ask your commitment to please have it, do everything you can to get it knocked down before the end of the year. I don't understand why we can't do it.
For the residents' purposes, what I want to make clear to them is that while it's a nice symbolic gesture, it's virtue signaling at the end of the day. Because until we get all the other plans done, we can't proceed, right? And until we've resolved the final piece with respect to the piece of land with the school board and with the Caterpillar, the demolition, again, is going to happen, right? Is all I'm trying to say. I would love for it to be done by the end of the year.
Mayor.
I would love for it to be done by the end of the year as well. But the commitment is sent through the council and our actions, right? As long as we stay on the path, we keep, and yes, we do our part like you're doing now, that we stay on top of staff, and keeping this at the forefront, we'll get there. But I just wanted to make that clear, though, that again, that ultimately this demolition is not going to jeopardize the existing timeframe, as you called it, the critical path of the project. With that, Councilman
And-
Sanchez, Fernandez, Sanchez, the Vice Mayor, and then Fernandez.
And myself.
Yeah. So this has nothing to do with 59th Avenue, but at the last meeting, we brought up the $700,000 of unfunded projects for the sidewalks, and you had mentioned that that number is based on sidewalks that were on a list that was created many, many years ago, that we don't really have an updated list. Has work begun to update that list on sidewalks that still need repair?
Not that list. What essentially it was a list to get on a target of square foot per year. So with those prices back then, we wanted to target X number of square foot per year, which would cover certain zones, which we call it, we have 9 zones of getting a little in depth, but 9 zones of repairs in the town that Public Works split the town in. So the goal back then was to try to target 3 or 4 zones a year and guarantee that on a certain cycle, which I can't remember right now, we would be going into each area to make sure we were repairing sidewalks.
So the list that was done back then is not an exact list that has 100 different sites that state
No,
the
it-
intersection
it
of
was been on a-
143rd and 89th needs a new sidewalk.
It was based on production.
Okay.
Yeah, remember that it's a dynamic list,
Oh, I
right?
understand, yeah,
Right,
yeah.
because as we speak right now, there's some tree root out there that's lifting a new sidewalk that was not on, it wasn't lifted yesterday.
Right, which is why I mentioned
So-
it's the list that was created many years ago, not
Yeah.
the most
So-
current one right now, but the one that was done many years ago.
Right, and the way they do it, they go in the zones, and then they go out, they do an inspection of the entire zone, and then lay the groundwork for the sidewalk repair or replacement company to come in behind them and replace the squares that are identified by the inspections.
Okay.
So just to go a little bit deeper, let's say this year we're gonna hit 5,000, maybe 5,500 square yards in the year of repair. So back then, the discussion, let's triple that. So what would that take? So if we wanna guarantee that we can do 3 times that a year's production in a single year, we price that out with our contract pricing, and it's like, this is what it would cost us to get to that level of production.
Okay.
Yeah.
But right now, there is no master list saying we know for a fact that all these sites need to be done.
This is a continuous process, so our inspector is usually about 1 to 2 zones ahead of the actual crew that's doing the work.
Right.
So we usually have a few work orders ready.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor.
Okay, just a quick question. If I'm reading the chart on the project schedule correctly, the estimated completion of the overall project is April of 2029. Is that correct?
That's to close out the grant. So that includes up to grant closure. We have about 180 or a little bit more once the project is completed to close out the grant.
So you're saying 6 months before that is when we're estimating?
Roughly, yeah.
Okay, I still think that's a really long time, but I'm not an expert in construction. I mean, they might actually finish the bridge in Miami before that. On the Northwest 54th Street and Palmetto Expressway turn lanes, construction start is still pending, shop drawing revision.
So that
What
was
happened there?
already resolved. There was, I think I mentioned that in the last meeting, the reinforcement details, the engineer of record wanted more clarification, and there was a back and forth between the manufacturer and the engineer of record. That's already set to start September 29th. So that's
September 26th, we're set to start work.
29th, right? That's
Sorry,
what I
September 29th.
To start work, yes.
Okay, so the revised shop drawings have already been submitted.
Yes, and the order from manufacturer has been already placed by the
Got it.
contractor.
That's it.
I think
Hey, the
Cuadra
Councilmember Fernandez waived his turn, so we will go to, was it Cuadra Garcia? All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If you guys think that this bridge is taking so long, imagine me that I have been with this canal and embankment for the longest, since 2016. Phase 1, $1 million thrown in the water. Phase 2, already another $1 million that is also falling apart already. I'm going to bring you guys pictures. So, and here we are. Some of you have been to my house, some of you have not. I've walked you through the project, and you've seen. So basically, If anything is slow, I mean, a turtle probably goes faster than this. So once we get that turtle here, what are we going to do? Because phase one, there's no phase one. It's destroyed. Can somebody enlighten me on this one?
Well, may I make a germane question?
Yes.
You stated that you were reviewing the draft engineer report yourself. Has that engineer report to date, to the point at which you've reviewed it, has it revealed any deficiencies?
Yes, so we have areas where the material has fallen through, for a better term. Other areas where the cells look to have broken.
Okay.
That's one of the comments that I am currently relaying to the engineer, as far as providing the force requirements for that type of break, and an example of what would cause that in the situation where this installation is currently at, to be incorporated into the report, because that
causation is the most important thing for me, because that's how I can enforce it against the contract.
And that's the purpose of this report. So those are the things that I'm looking for, to make sure that those responses are incorporated and we get a full report.
Thank you.
And one final thing, this is just to close with 59th. I know it may seem that, well, it has been a while, but since the project reinitiated last November, we're essentially redesigning. So that is why that design phase is pretty much going from 30s, since we had to realign the project, mainly to reduce impacts to the Caterpillar property. And now with the help of South Florida Water Management District, we significantly reduced it again. So this helps us get through these areas quicker.
Through the chair, last question, quick question.
Yes.
So let's say everything is redesigned, you're taking into account South Florida Water Management, Caterpillar, everything. It's still 2029 that you expect us to. Now, is that because of funding, or is that because of? Because I know I've seen the plans, and it is not, that structure is not anything out of this world.
But there's also a significant portion of permitting. Remember, we have South Florida, we have county, Durham, County WASD.
Yeah, but once that's done, which is the first year, you're saying it's going to take 3 years to build a bridge? And is this is 1 lane each way, or 2 lane each way?
1 lane each way, and
I don't
it has
see
wide
why,
sidewalks, has a roadway
I don't understand.
Yeah, the bridge is the
Why
most
that would take
complicated part of it.
3
The rest of it is a
years.
regular roadway, but the bridge is what's structurally, and I'm no engineer, but structurally,
So-
the bridge is what's the most
And
complicated
we have,
part.
sorry if I'm jumping ahead of anybody, but there's drainage, there's site prep, there's drainage, there's lighting, there's securing the site based on the requirements of Miami-Dade Aviation property, and then we got the roadway and the bridge.
I get all that. But 4 years for this project is 2, I would say, wow, that's a lot. I would say 1.5 would be a good, 1.5, but 4 years, I still think, is just outrageous. I don't see it.
Well, what we have here from construction start is from 27 to 29, so that would be 2 years.
So 2 years then is what you're estimating? I just
Yes,
wanna be
and
clear
that's
on
2 years from the day we issue an NTP, which is the notice to proceed, to the day we close the grant.
Okay.
So it's a year and a half to get it all done.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're clear on the timeframes then. But obviously, I agree with my colleague, though, that to the extent that we can expedite this further.
Of course, and sorry to jump in, this schedule is a dynamic document, right? So as we finish things ahead of time, it will be updated and will be brought up for you to review, and also the residents of the town.
Thank you very much. So with that, let's move on to, unless there's anything else on the infrastructure portion of the reports, let's move to 8C, update on fleet renewal status.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Director
you're not done
Santos?
with me, guys. So just wanted to provide an update on what has been occurring with the fleet replacement process. In the council meeting, this was brought up for consideration. We got direction from the council to go ahead and explore additional options, mainly related to lease in the local area. Based on that, to follow our procurement process, it would require us to go out for an invitation to bid. We have went ahead and done some research, put out some questions to local municipalities through our groups to get contracts in order for us to help us prepare our own contract to have a more complete contract, since it would be the first time we would do one for fleet. Something just to highlight, through that process, we learned that over 92% of the municipalities that responded, which are 19, just go ahead and use an existing contract, be it a state contract or a national contract. Sourcewell is an example of one. Only 2 of those have their own procurement process, which in-house contract, excuse me, which are the ones that we're looking at to prepare our own. They're very specific with the vehicle. Some of them even name the brand down to the brand, the specs, the type of drive. So that's something we're looking at to prepare our own based on our own needs. And then in this other report, in the same report, if you look at the last page, I went ahead and incorporated a request from Councilmember Garcia. You wanted to get more information on yearly ownership. Just want to point something out to facilitate the review. The cells that are highlighted in blue, those are the pricings I used to develop that last column that says estimated yearly cost. And the cost that's in there is the annual fuel cost that's estimated from the source at the bottom, the annual maintenance cost, and the annual lease cost. And this is based on a 5-year total for, I think this is for the maintenance cost. So just wanted to point that out as you get some more time to look at it with more detail. And obviously, if you have any questions, you can send them through the manager.
Omar, ultimately, what would be your recommendation? To request a waiver of procurement and use the negotiated or the price quotes that we've gotten from Auto Mall? It seems to be the best pricing.
So to close that, the reason I mentioned our findings in the report through getting information to help us prepare the ITB, that we found an overwhelming use of existing contracts. A lot of them did say that they found it to have the most competitive pricing. On our end, we were able to find something a bit more competitive than that locally. So if the council seeks to proceed with the ITB, we're prepared to do that. And like I mentioned, in the next 60 days is our plan to release that ITB. If you would like to change that and go back to our original recommendation or something else, we're here to listen.
Questions or comments? Yes, I got a question. Make sure you turn on your mic, but you are recognized, Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Thank you. On the first line item for the Chevy Silverado 1500 two-wheel drive, on the line item that says a 39-month lease, and right next to it says 10,000 miles per year. Do you see ourselves using this small of amount of miles? You don't see us using more than 10, 12? The average is 12,000 miles in Florida.
Well, based on the life of the vehicle and the amount of miles it has, yes. That's what we're roughly looking at.
Are these leases or purchases?
Leases.
Lease. 10,000 miles? I mean, I just got a lease with my wife on a vehicle, and we're over 10,000 miles. We hardly drive, and I don't know.
And that's
what
what gives us the most competitive. If the council wishes us to explore a different mileage setting, we could go ahead and do that as well.
Yep. Council member, remember the Miami Lakes is only 6 square miles. It's only an 8-hour, 5-day-a-week vehicle. Once in a blue moon, it needs to do after hours, but primarily it's a Monday through Friday, 9-hour a day vehicle. So, and it's only in a limited amount of area. There's no commuting to far up to Broward or down south. So once in a while they have to go out maybe to go pick up a part or something. But primarily it's within the 6 square miles of the town of Miami Lakes, and it's only 5 days a week, 8 hours a day.
I'll buy that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And the original report, if you want to go back, I did include the mileage at that time and the age of the vehicle, and that's
Yeah, I wanted to add that I would just base it on what your usage is now. So the vehicles, you guys know how many miles you're putting on per month. I think that you can estimate, and we can come to a conclusion. If that's 1,000 miles what you need, I think we're going to save money. I'd go with that.
One more. I'll make it quick. Fast and Flash Gordon.
Hey, let's go to Councilman Sanchez, and then we'll come back.
Thank you.
I know we are set up for 3 vehicles, but is there a mix and match? Are we going to do 3 Silverados, 2 Silverados of Colorado?
Well, the current proposal that we have based on needs would be 2, I forgot the name, 2 Colorados and 1 Silverado.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I am looking at the monthly note. I happen to see that monthly note too high. I'm willing to bet that you can get a less expensive monthly note. I'm willing to bet.
So that would be the invitation to bid process, and at that point, we would find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the
That's-
ITB process, it basically looks for whoever has the lowest price.
It opens it up for any interested party that will be able to provide these services, and at that point, we would bring here what's for recommendation.
Okay.
Council,
Yes.
I think this is back to the original conversation that we had several months ago. I think that ultimately it's just served to delay the acquisition of new vehicles. I believe that we've gone above and beyond. Omar and his team has done a great job working with the local dealers as well as exploring together with Rosa in procurement, exploring the sheriff's contract and the national contracts and statewide contracts. I believe that if you give us the green light to negotiate with the local dealer, which I think is giving us the best deal, we can pull the trigger sooner better than later and move forward with this instead of continuing to but if you prefer to go out to ITB, we'll do that.
If I may add, we do have some of these vehicles that are in their last leg. We've had 2 of them already went to the mechanic. to
Yeah,
get some-
no,
some-
I'm aware. So, so you need a motion for us, or you're developing it, the ITB already on your own?
No, we're already, based on the
All right, so
direction of our
yeah.
last council,
So then-
we're already developing the
What he would need is a
ITB,
motion to waive the ITB.
if you wish.
Yeah,
Okay, well, then
what we'll
I'll-
do is
I'll
we'll
move
bring
to
it
waive
back
it
to you as a procurement item, right, next month? And then it'll be specific, this truck, waiving, and then asking for you to waive procurement, and it'll be ready to pull the trigger and buy the
So
vehicle.
do you need direction from us to do that? Is that what you?
If you, yeah, if you give it to
All right,
us,
I'll
then
move to
we'll
waive
move
the,
forward
the-
and
the
get this
ITB
going.
requirement.
I'll second
Mr.
it.
Mayor,
Wait, one second. The vice mayor seconded it, so we're gonna, normally it always goes to whoever seconded it, and then we move down.
Yep.
So then, the vice mayor, and then we'll go to you, Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
How many vehicles are we intending to lease or purchase in the first fiscal year of this?
3.
3. The 2 vehicles you just mentioned that just went for maintenance, which ones are they?
That is 003, which is the Public Works main truck,
Okay.
and the facilities truck.
Those 2 would be replaced.
Are those Silverados?
One is a Silverado, the second is the Expedition.
Is the Expedition? Yeah, the Expedition, that thing's got to go. I have just, as we go replacing them, let's get rid of the ones in the worst condition first. And there's actually a couple of them that don't look that bad. I actually happened to see one the other day at Home Depot, and I was looking at it. I'm like, look, you can tell it's old.
Yeah,
But-
they've repainted some of them, so
I'm
it's like
sure.
lipstick on a pig.
Yeah,
Deep
if-
they're inside, it's really a pig.
Yeah, if
They're
it
old.
looks good, but it's breaking down, then obviously it also has to go. But I'm just saying, use your discretion in replacing first the ones that are either in need of the most constant maintenance or in the roughest shape, definitely starting with the Expedition.
And just for clarification, what we did propose wasn't to do the Expedition in the first round, it would be in the second. In the first round would be one of the Public Works main truck, the Stormwater, which is the Crown Vic that everybody loves, and one of the Parks trucks, which is also in
Which department is the Crown Vic?
Stormwater, Public Works.
Stormwater. Yeah, I think that one.
And that would be a small truck, not the only one Silverado is recommended, which is,
I was gonna say that one can probably be a Ranger or something smaller.
yeah, Colorado Ranger,
Yeah.
something small, yes.
So yeah, that's just my comment.
Through
on
the
that.
chair, can we turn the Crown Vic into a barbecue pit like Hialeah Gardens has for their?
I will
pig-
park it
for-
somewhere and
for
let
the
you
pig
guys
roast
know
coming
where
up?
it is.
Hey, Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
thank you. Is that a 0 down payment? Are we going into this lease with 0?
That information, I would have to get it and provide it,
I
but
am-
we're going to the ITB.
Yeah, I
or-
believe these prices are based on zero down payment, but there will be some trade-in value with the vehicles we're gonna get rid of, so it may be able to inch down, not significant, but inch down these monthly payments by having a trade-in.
Okay,
through the
I'm
chair.
going to, I'm going to shop for this same vehicle this week, and I'll bring you some numbers to see if I can do much better.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, just last thing, and I know I
Councilman
mentioned it
Garcia.
to the town manager. Avis, Hertz, all these rental companies they have auctions every year, and they have cars with low mileage, less than 10,000 miles, new model, and they're still under warranty. That might be something we might look into. It might be a cost savings there. Just another option that we have. Even on the electric vehicles are slashed. Those are going off for half price. A Silverado work truck that was going for 80,000 is being sold for 37 now, with 200 kilowatt hour battery, which is 500 miles. I'm just saying there are other options we need to look at as well, and I think purchasing something that might be a better deal than leasing, continuing to lease in the future, because these vehicles are going to last a while.
Okay.
Just a thought.
If I may, Mayor.
You may, Councilman
I
Herzberg.
guess, well, the line item that says 5-year finance at 5.4%, is that the potential purchase cost of zero down? What is that, how does that line item add?
Which one are you?
Next column, next to the lease
That's
payment?
just another option. So that was prepared using the purchase price.
Right.
And I believe it was our bank, right, Kay?
So, for example,
Yes.
the Silverado, the difference between leasing and purchasing it per month is not a huge number.
The lease is a 3-year lease.
No, it's a 3-year lease at $670, or a 5-year purchase of $717 a month. So, I think we discussed leasing because it forces us to keep renewing, and it reduces what happens now. At the same time, I guess. I don't know. I'm fine with
I
the
don't want to
leasing.
be because these are 15-year-old trucks with over 100,000 miles because, hey, another year, and before you know it, a decade and a half.
Right, but 39 months, I mean, that's pretty short, right? I mean, I think these trucks last fine for 5 to 7 years. So I would ask you to come back with us potentially with those purchase numbers as well. Just to look at the difference, just so we can make a decision on these 3 cars. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, we'll come back with a recommendation, but we'll build into the memo, into the background, all the due diligence and some of those other options that we looked at.
Perfect.
Anything else?
And stay with Chevy? No consideration on Ford?
Yeah,
No?
we're
Okay.
going to go with whatever we need to. But with that, all those in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
No.
Yeah. Let the record reflect there is 1 no.
I'm a no.
2 no's. Yeah, call the roll actually, just to make sure we got everything accurately.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia,
No.
Councilmember Fernandez,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
No.
Councilmember Herzberg,
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera,
Yes.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The motion carries.
All right. So with that, by your vote, the motion carries. And we're now on 8D, STD decal plan. Director Badstan, right? I'm sorry, Jeremy, just go.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeremy Bagdown, Director of Parks and Recreation. The item you have before you essentially is coming off the direction from the council to go ahead and bring back a plan to go ahead and implement resident decals for the Royal Oaks districts, similar to what the Loch Lomond HOA does on their own. This helps kind of create visibility where the guard attendants already know who is a resident, who is not. So even if they don't have a clicker but are attending through the visitor lane, it is something clear and evident. It can move them through the process a little quicker. As you see here in the report, essentially we are looking to copy what we did with Miami Lakes Section 1's Smart Pass distribution, where we'll go ahead and upfront take the cost on for the decals. issue every resident up to 2 decals at first. Therefore, after any other additional decals will be at cost. We'll go ahead and have a distribution point at Mary Collins, as well as being able to purchase them online. So we'll be able to have both a digital format as well as a in-person format to go ahead and distribute and or purchase additional decals. With that, if there are any questions from the council.
Yes.
Vice Mayor and then Councilman Fernandez.
A couple questions on the distribution at Mary Collins. Do we currently have an employee there at all times?
Yes.
Like who would be in charge of?
So
doing
in
that?
the past, we have had either the liaison will assist along with our manager that is there on site. He's in this case, it's our senior programs manager, Ernesto Soto. So yes, he's there to assist JP. And then once we get towards the end of the process and the end of the dates that we set aside, as it starts to thin out, it would only be Ernesto that will be handling distribution.
Got it. And then I did see here that says that the decals will be placed in the center of the front windshield of resident vehicles. How strict is that? Because I know a lot of residents would have issue with a center decal. Maybe one of the corners makes sense to some people,
It's ideal just for, in some cases, you have two different entry points.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's on your left, sometimes on your right. So it's just visibility. We put in the center, but that can be definitely amended.
And again, this is an optional thing. They can always use their clicker if they have it, or present their ID or something like that.
Correct.
Or not present ID and still go. It's just to make it faster.
Correct.
So if they don't want it, they don't have to put it on.
Correct. And this was something that was gone through when I think went through 2 of the previous advisory committee meetings, the quarterlies, and something that I know that we were directed to go ahead and bring back.
And then the $1,529, that's coming out of the special taxing district budget?
Correct.
Is it coming, I guess, in equal parts, like half of that from Royal Oaks East and half from Royal Oaks West?
It's based off the volume of units within each district.
Okay.
There's slightly more in one district, so they place.
Okay,
they
so
place
it's
slightly-
actually split proportionally.
Correct.
Perfect. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I want to first thank my colleague for bringing this up on behalf of all the residents in those districts. I appreciate it. I'm ready to move. Can we? I'd like to move to implement the decals in Royal Oaks East and Section 1.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. Okay, then the ayes have it. 1 no. Councilman Cuadra Garcia. You just said no when we were voting. The motion is to implement exactly what the director just mentioned. Yes. I'm sorry, Councilman Cuadra, when I asked if there was anything further, that was the time to stop me to ask the question. But we're now, once again, voting, so that's the thing. Your vote would be no. Okay, yes. So again, 1 no, Councilman Cuadra Garcia. Thank you, Director. 8E, report on large bingo flashboard.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Claricel de Cárdenas, Communications and Community Affairs Director, here to report on Vice Mayor Brian Morera's new business item, acquiring a large bingo flashboard for senior bingo luncheon. First, I want to recognize the Elderly Affairs Committee members that have patiently been waiting here for my report. Town staff visited Roberto Alonso Community Center and tested an already town-owned equipment that would satisfy this request. A computer, projector, and access to Wi-Fi to log into letsplaybingo.io is a no-cost option that would allow all those in attendance the ability to view the called numbers during the game. Staff is ready to implement this new process at the next bingo, which is scheduled for Thursday, September 18th. What we do recommend is investing in a portable PA system that can reach crowds of up to 1,000 people. The cost for this equipment is about $1,100, and we feel this can be used not only at bingo, but at events like the September 11th, where our current speaker system is not powerful enough for the crowd. Events like Veterans Day Parade, Reindeer Run, and Spring Fling, where there's multiple announcements that need to be made throughout the event, and even for sandbag distribution and other emergency management activities.
Through the mayor.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, thank you for following up on this, and thank you to the committee for everything that you do for our seniors. When you say that this was already tested, was it tested on location at Roberto Alonso, projecting up against the wall? Is there a screen?
There is no screen. Herman, Don, Isle, Noah, and myself went to Roberto Alonso kind of around the same time we would host bingo, so like mid-morning.
Yeah.
We do need to shut the curtains down so that it's easier, the visibility is easier for the seniors. But it's the same setup that we used in the strategic planning meeting that we held there, I want to say like 4 years ago, maybe. And it worked out very well.
So it just projects onto the wall and it's visible enough like that with the curtains drawn down?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. And when, this is exactly, I think, what a lot of us talk, not to bring up the budget at a time when we're not discussing the budget, but this is exactly what we're talking about when we ask our staff to get creative and find the cost-efficient ways. So thank you for that.
I have to give credit where credit is due, Herman.
Thank you.
He's very innovative, so thank you, Herman.
The portable PA system, yes, because we experienced it ourselves at the 9/11 event, where the generator that was going to be used to power the PA system was louder than the PA system. And so it was embarrassing, honestly. So we definitely want to avoid that.
The challenge with that PA system is that it's also used for music, and it's kind of like
Our existing one, you mean?
Yeah, it's like a mini DJ kind of thing.
Okay.
This is the one that I'm proposing is a dedicated PA system.
Okay. Does it have its own speakers, or is it just primarily the microphone setup? What is it?
It kind of looks like a bullhorn on steroids. So it's just dedicated for voice transmission.
But is it a handheld thing, or is it something that lays onto the side?
No, it's like on a pole. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of, you put it like,
But it has a separate microphone.
And it has a microphone, yes,
Okay.
and it is rechargeable, so you don't need a generator to use it, so you won't have that noise coming through.
And I'm sorry to reverse and go back to the bingo thing, but the projector, you said it was a no cost thing because it's an existing projector.
Yes.
Are we taking this projector from some other department? What's going on there?
No, it's just an extra projector that we have on hand.
Okay, so then that projector would be, I guess, granted to the Elderly Affairs, and they would, I guess, store it along with the bingo equipment at Roberto Alonso.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then, sorry, I just needed to go back and clarify that. Have our Elderly Affairs Committee members been shown how to use it?
No, but we'll be happy to. It's very easy.
Okay.
And the gentleman there, he's the bingo caller, so I don't think he's going to have an issue accessing the website.
And just to be clear, it also needs a laptop.
Yeah, which we already have identified. Yeah.
Okay, and so both the projector and the laptop would be specifically for this purpose.
Correct.
They're not sharing it. It's not going to like, oh no, we left it at this other place, for this shared,
No, and if we do have to share it, we'll make sure that the day of bingo, it's available for them.
I don't know the PA system that you're talking about, but I do know that similar systems run about that price. So I guess what I would move at this stage is that we approve for the staff to come back to us with, I guess, a little bit of a specific, I guess, on it. A picture, a link or something. What I'll do is, let me rephrase it. I'll move to authorize the staff to expend up to $1,200 for a portable PA system such as the one described by Ms. De Caldenas, and that's my motion.
I'll second for discussion.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Councilman Garcia, you're recognized in discussion.
Quick question. That rec center doesn't already have an audio system?
Not to my knowledge.
So we built a rec center without an audio system, and
This was built before.
yeah, it was a camp.
My yeah.
Yeah.
The Robert Alonso Community Center was built way before incorporation. It used to belong to the county.
No, it was built after incorporation. I
Oh.
think the grand opening was like 2006 or 2007.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. Well, I think it's a great idea. I think it's going to make it easier for the residents as well. If we're considering any type of generator, guys, they sell electric generators now. No. But I know you were talking generators for the future. I'm just saying not this motion, but in the future, if we're going to buy generators, they have electric generators. You plug it in 4 hours. And then it lasts 8 hours. So I'm just saying in the future, because of the 9/11, it was pretty loud and we weren't able to hear. So, but I agree with you, sir. This is a good idea.
Any further discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Councilman
Mr. Mayor, have we
Garcia.
ever thought of the long run, the long haul, building a sound system into the place?
Well, I can tell you that would be far more expensive. And I know that, you like us are very cost sensitive, and I'm telling you now that would be far more expensive than getting this PA system, which also, as the director pointed out, can be used in multiple events, and so it's not just confined to that particular building.
So it's transportable.
Yes, exactly. So
Okay.
it's versatile. Maybe is another way to put it. In terms of its uses, like how and when you can use it. Councilman Garcia.
Yeah, I would just add, make sure it has Bluetooth. So if you need to play music, you can connect it to a phone or a laptop. I'm sure they have a lot of speaker systems that are.
Yeah, just to be clear, the one that I'm proposing is strictly just for voice.
We have some
We have
other stuff
one.
for music. This is specifically for PA, for voice, for voice amplification.
No, 100%. But I'm sure there's got to be other options that do the same voice and also allow for future-proofing it.
And we go back to the issue that we have with the current system that we have, that because we need a generator, the sound that the generator produces, plus the microphone and the music, it's just, I'm proposing this one because I've done a little bit of research. I've seen that other communities have used it, and it's strictly just for voice. We do have one for music in case that we need it, but this one is strictly just for voice.
Oh, thank you.
And to be clear, that's why I phrased my motion the way I did, as just authorizing the expenditure up to 1,200, so that based on your research, including the comments from here, you make the best decision at the discretion, right? For what it's needed, which the primary need is voice amplification. If we can get that added bonus, great, but keep the primary use in mind.
Okay, any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion carries, and we are now out of the manager's reports and into the attorney's
Thank
report,
you.
9A.
Bingo's gonna
Thank
be
you,
lit this
Director De Cardenas.
Bingo's going to be great this month.
Okay. Before I use the waiver of conflict of interest, let me explain. George De La Fay, who owns D5 Family Holdings, is a very, very long-time client of our firm. He's been, I can't remember how long it's been. He has and Lorenzo's going to explain it because he's the one who's been handling it. No matter what, whether he had come to see me about this matter or not, the conflict would exist. If he had gone to see outside counsel somewhere else, there would still be a conflict because I'm sitting here. And I think any of the lawyers up here sitting in my chair would eventually have this type of a conflict. He's someone who I've known for many, many years. So even if he had not retained our firm, he would still have to we would still have to get outside counsel, and that's what I'm trying to prevent, incurring that expense for the town, because even if he hadn't come see us, I would still have the conflict and I would still have to step down. Lorenzo, please explain to them the nature of what this matter is.
So, yes, Raul, Mayor, Council, basically D5
Lorenzo.
Holdings
I'm sorry, can you speak a little bit closer to the microphone? 'Cause
Sure.
I cannot hear you.
So
Thank you.
D5 Holdings owns this property here. All the properties around them, this is in the Glen Eagle Nest, sorry, neighborhood, are duplexes. So this particular duplex has one folio. If you can go to the next slide. What you'll notice on the property right next to it is that the same duplex has two folios. So it's a duplex split up into two separate folios. So it has two different driveways, two different, plumbing systems, two different water boxes, two different electrical, yada, so on and so forth. But this one's split up into two different folios. The one for Mr. De La Fe is one folio. So what does Mr. De La Fe want to do? Well, what Mr. De La Fe wants to do is, since his property is essentially a duplex, just like his neighbor, he would like it to be split up into two different folios. That is a function really of the property appraiser's office. The way you do it is the town would see the application, pretty much ministerially kind of approve it, make sure that it conforms. It's not ministerial, you have to make sure it conforms and it's something that's doable, and then pass it on to the property appraiser's office. The property appraiser's office would then go through the process of creating the two folio numbers. That's not something we can do. We have no jurisdiction over doing that. That's a function of the property appraiser's office. So essentially what the waiver that we're asking for is to represent him in being able to accomplish that. And I'm open to any questions that the mayor or the council may have.
Just to paraphrase then, this client predates your firm's employment with the town? That's one?
It's very, very close. I'm not, my records, to a certain extent,
Okay,
don't
now
go
you're getting
back.
too lawyerly on me.
Yeah,
George was your client beforehand or not?
George has been my client since at least 2014.
Okay.
I started in 2013, but I had no idea he would ever have this issue.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mayor, I have a
Gotcha.
motion
Yeah.
to put us in
Go
good
ahead.
posture.
Yeah.
I move to adopt the resolution attached to item 9A and to direct the town manager to execute the attached waiver of conflict letter.
I'll second it.
Any discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Quadra Garcia and then
I'll be
Herzberg.
brief. As long as it doesn't cost the residents any money, I'm good to go.
This is just simply a conflict waiver. Councilman Herzberg.
Well, but to the town attorney's point, this waiver saves us money because if we
Exactly.
didn't approve this waiver, then you would be conflicted out from both ends, right?
Yes.
So that means we would have to hire somebody to take care of this,
Right.
which would cost thousands and thousands of dollars because you're hiring some other outside counsel,
Yeah.
$5,000 retainer, whatever. So actually this is a very administrative procedure. You coming up and doing this saves us some money, correct?
Yes.
Okay, that's all. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilman.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, the motion carries. Mr. Attorney, anything further in your
Yes, well,
report?
we have 3 other matters.
Okay.
Okay.
Go,
Um,
start knocking them out. We got to get out of reports.
The opinion regarding the technology. We've expressed this opinion in the past. We actually put a letter, but I'm going to elaborate on the letter a little bit. The letter's pretty clear. Look, the answer's unfortunately, we can't, even though I wish we could. It's $1 million. If you look, 7A, I'm looking at 553.80, 7A. These fees and any fines or investment earnings related to the fees may only be used for carrying out the local government's responsibilities enforcing the Florida Building Code, including but not limited to any process or enforcement related to a building permit. Then we have to go to 7A. Then we have to go to 7. That's not me. We have to go to 7A1. If you read 7A1, as used in this subsection, I'm looking at the statute. Okay. Yeah, no, you can read from here though. As used in this subsection, the phrase enforcing the Florida Building Code includes the direct costs and reasonable indirect costs with review of building plans, building inspections, re-inspections, and building permit processing, building code enforcement, and fire inspections associated with new construction. The phrase may also include training costs associated with the enforcement of the Florida Building Code and enforcement action pertaining to the unlicensed government, unlicensed contractor activity. Then you got to go to number 2. The first sentence, a local government must use any excess funds that it is prohibited from carrying forward to rebate and reduce fees to upgrade technology. And that's where I think the confusion came in for some people. To upgrade technology hardware, but when you read it all in context, it's to upgrade technology hardware and software systems to enhance service delivery, to pay for the construction of a building or structure that houses a local government's building, code enforcement agency, or for training programs or plan examiners associated with the enforcement of the Florida Building Code. Then if you go to number 3, the following activities, and I'm almost done, the following activities may not be funded with the fees adopted for this is what you can't do for the enforcement of the Florida Building Code: planning and zoning or other governmental activities, inspection of public buildings, public information requests, community functions, boards, and any programs not directly related to enforcement of the Florida Building Code, enforcement and implementation of any other local ordinances, excluding validly adopted local amendments to the Florida Building Code, and excluding any local ordinance directly related to enforcing the Florida Building Code as defined in subchapter 3. Then subparagraph 1. Then when you go to the statutory history or the legislative history, if you go to 2024 and 2025, they've actually tightened it up more. They had at one point the words may only be used for to shall be used solely for. And then in 2025, they added including but not limited to. In other words, they have tightened it up even more. The intent of the legislature is so that you can only use it for enforcement of the Florida Building Code. I wish my opinion were different, but that's kind of what we've been saying all along, and now it's out there for whatever reason. I don't know if anybody has any questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
I heard you have first from the Vice Mayor, so we'll start with the Vice Mayor and then Councilman Garcia.
In the memo itself that you provided to us, it says here that the surplus funds must either be carried forward for future code enforcement or refunded, and the local government may not carry forward an amount exceeding the average of its operating budget for enforcing the Florida Building Code for the previous 4 fiscal years. My question is, in the part where it says that it must be carried forward for future code enforcement or refunded to whom?
The company that paid them. A refund is you give it.
The applicant.
Right.
The homeowner or the developer.
In this case, for the most part, I believe the one who pays the most amount of fees would be the grant companies, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
If you're looking at refunds,
but we're asking essentially Director Angel to go back into the records and find out who made payments and then issue pro rata reimbursements.
Yeah, but we don't have to do that because we get to keep
the carry forward.
As long as it's not whatever. Now, I know you spoke to Danny, and if he's got a clarification over something dumb that I just said, please let us know.
Not at all. What it would cause would be a reduction in the actual fees, the permit fee schedule. So if there was an amount that needed to be refunded, that would also impact, it would be a reduction in the fee schedule. And as far as the 4 years, we haven't carried over from 1 year to the next.
We have not hit that part where we're exceeding the average operating budget.
Not at all.
But you're saying that we could reduce it, and I mean that's going to be a discussion later on in connection with one of the NBIs. I'll have some comments on that later, but yeah, thank you for providing a written opinion.
Councilman Garcia.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, and again, thank you this was very insightful. Bad news, but I think the good news is, and that goes with my new business item, is there's an opportunity here to either refund or lower what we're asking businesses to pay. And perhaps, because 10% of the total.
Yeah, my understanding is that at this point, we're running it at zero, so there's no carry forward every single year. The fees are matching the actual operating budget.
We got to be careful not to convolute the permit fees and BTRs. BTRs are completely unrelated to the building code permit fees. The BTR money is a general fund function. The permit fees are building fund.
Correct.
There's a distinction there.
Okay, so if there's an opportunity to do something about lowering them for our business, whatever we can do. I mean, if there's an opportunity.
You're talking about the BTRs?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, and new business item. Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm sorry.
Anyone else? Okay.
All right, the next item in our report is the special taxing district. Would you elaborate on that, please?
Yeah, so there's been some correspondences with regards to special taxing districts and NSDs and opinions that if we've given them or if we haven't, I've circulated the last, and of course, at the direction of this council, should you wish for us to respond to any persons from the public, from the residents, more than happy to do so, but we take direction from the mayor and the council. We've been pretty consistent the last several years with regards to our opinions. We've given workshops. The NSDs are, and the ordinances that were transferred from the county to this governing board are yours. I believe that based on that, Vice Mayor Morera made some wonderful changes to our ordinances and the way that we manage them, and the committees were dissolved. And at the end, you were able to do all of that because, again, the NSDs are part of this town. They are under your governance, and so any changes that you wish to do in the future, that's really up to you.
It just gets a little old when some people are saying we're not giving you legal opinions. When we've not only given legal opinions, but quite a few of them on the issue, both in private, in writing, from that podium, from here, from everywhere else. But yet people have the freedom of speech to go ahead and write that we don't give the opinions. Sometimes it gets a little old. All right, the next one, Albert de Castillo.
So the next one is, we've discussed with council, our bond counsel, Albert del Castillo, about engaging him in order to be able to renew our line of credit. We're looking at just going ahead and renewing it, but even though we're doing that, it still will require some legal work and processes for this council, for us to be able to prepare and put before this council. So we're asking for permission to go ahead and engage his services.
Hold on. Before you do that, I need to clear up one thing. Come here for a second. Just one issue. Sorry, I'm really sorry.
Let me just give him a minute. Okay, all right. He's back.
I wanted to make sure there was no conflict of interest.
Okay.
Based on some other stuff that's coming up. Not for us, but actually for him. Yep.
Okay.
So that's, but I need you to be in agreement with that. So I need direction from the council to allow us.
Numbers, how much is that going to cost?
Right.
And then also, and I know it's the point that he's itching to say is, we're talking about a renewal. This is not something you guys can do?
No.
Why?
This is something that really requires bond counsel and bond counsel's guidance.
Bond counsel?
Yes.
For a line of credit?
Yes. It's a $26 million line of credit?
But
$30 million.
Yeah, but the number is a number. The terms are what's
Let's
important.
do this. How time sensitive is this?
Well, I think it's required for our budget.
It expires in December. We have no December meeting. We have to bring it back in November. There is some work that has to be done in the meantime. So the attorney we've used in the past for bond counsel is preparing a proposal, a letter of engagement to give us an idea, and he said that he would have it by Wednesday, so by tomorrow. So I'm thinking
I can
within
bring it
the
back.
next couple of days we'll have that.
Can I put a suggestion out there?
We can bring it next week at the
Exactly.
at the
I
budget.
was thinking
So
about
he would come to
at
us.
the budget.
He would come to us. Well, I disagree because it's germane to the budget. That point is germane to the budget because one of the big line items that's been discussed up here is the professional services.
Just do it as a special call.
We can do a special.
I mean, that's fine.
Special call right before them.
So I guess my question is,
Let me look
the
into it
bond
some more.
counsel that we're referring to, is this the same bond counsel that was used for the MLOP bond?
Yes,
And
he's
also,
the one.
and also for the prior line of credit as well, I believe.
And for the stormwater bond as well. The stormwater bond, for the bond for this building, and he's.
Okay, so it's the guy that we've used for
Yeah,
several
Albert
years.
Del Castillo.
He's
Got it.
his credentials are impeccable. He's a town
Yeah, I
resident
just
and
haven't had to
everything.
deal with this since I've been up
Right.
here, so I'm
He-
not unfamiliar.
Let's just bring this back, if it's okay, let's bring it back on Thursday as
I agree.
part of a special call. I'll get more information.
I agree.
And bring it, if it's a closing, come on, that's what I do every day. But if it's more than that, then I'll let you know.
I mean, from my standpoint, it's a renewal. The document should look almost exactly the same than the ones we're doing. A modification of credit agreement, whatever it needs to be.
Copy, paste, and
I
change
have
the
full
date.
trust that you guys can handle this.
Yeah, I do.
I don't want to spend $10,000 on someone to. I mean, from my experience, not that I do municipal lines of credit, but from lending transactions, this should be pretty straightforward. I have full confidence in you guys for doing it.
I'll look into it some more. We'll report to you back next Thursday and do it as part of a special call, Gina, if that's okay. All right.
Just one last,
Well,
want it for the record.
we'll have to have a motion from this body to call a special call, either right before, or right after, probably right before the budget hearing, because it has to be a standalone meeting, can't be done during the budget hearing.
Would someone move to please have a special call for next Thursday,
I'll
right
move
before?
for a special call for next Thursday to discuss the line of credit count.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Mr. Attorney, you had a comment?
one very last item. Councilman Sanchez brought to my attention that there was an item that I promised to bring back, which was regarding the ordinances in the right-of-way. I've been working with our mayor as our head of government, working with the clerk, and we're getting contact, and we'll be able to provide something, I think, in the next couple of months.
Well, hopefully now, again, with Juan for there, it'll go a lot easier. Because obviously, again, the soil protection ordinance is something that I've been trying to get done, and then obviously Councilman Sanchez wants to make sure, and all of us want to make sure that our police officers, or rather our sheriff's deputies, have the ability to go ahead and enforce our code. With that, okay, we're out of 9A, and we're now on 10A, Mental Health Task Force
Thank you.
Report. Welcome back, Colonel.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, town manager, town clerk, Officer Amador, always a pleasure. The Mental Health Task Force's focus of main effort is the October 19th Fall Festival. We are going to be splitting the proceeds that we earn from that from sponsorship with First Alarm. And First Alarm is a 501c3 charity founded by the spouse of a first responder who committed suicide. Suicide rates among first responders is unfortunately very, very high, and we want to support them. So Senator Rene Garcia is going to be there. We're going to have a lot of nice events. There's going to be face painting, pumpkins, all that kind of stuff for the kids.
Is it
And
true
should
that I
go
will
really
be in
well.
a dunk tank?
There is going to be a dunk tank.
Okay. But
Rosie has volunteered you, Mr. Mayor.
Wonderful.
And I think we're going to make thousands off of that.
For the record, this is not an event that the vice mayor will take the place of the mayor.
So, yeah, so Rosie, that's what happens when you give her a day. She takes advantage of you. So we hope to make thousands of dollars off our dunking the mayor, especially after the budget was declared. So it should be pretty good. The other issue is the 988 signs. Councilman Sanchez, thank you very much for passing that through. Some of the monies that we're going to be raising for that, some of the sponsorship from that whole fall festival will be used to put those signs up. I already have a plan working with the town manager and Parks and Recs. And that is the report for mental health. Now, Veterans Committee.
Wait, before you move on.
Yeah, that way, if our colleagues have questions, they may. Vice Mayor, and then I think I saw, who else wants to go next? Okay, so just you.
Yeah, it's just a very quick thing. I think you said you needed approval to donate the 50%, so I'm approving. I'm moving to approve that donation.
Thank you very much.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion carries.
Thank you
Congratulations.
very much, Vice Mayor. Appreciate that. You have in front of you the Town of Miami Lakes Veterans Committee report. Basically, the Veterans Committee costs the town nothing. I think Memorial Day was the only expenditure we had. That was $167.85. The rest of the time, we basically fund ourselves. Military tribute banners, as you see, the Veterans Parade is something the town runs. The Reindeer Run makes over $65,000. And we have given the town money to do the Veterans Wall. And the one question I do still have is,
When we're going to see the plans for that wall. And because my understanding is you've received all the monies needed for the plans.
Yep, we're developing, and is Jeremy here? Jeremy, if you're back there, you're listening, come out. We're gonna develop before we move forward with the design, estimate of probable cost to see what the cost is gonna be. If it's $100,000, $200,000, $1 million, whatever the cost is, and put it before the council, and then coordinate with the Veterans Committee to see,
Right.
okay, we don't want to spend $30-some-odd thousand on design if we have no idea of how the cost of construction or of the actual memorial is going to take place. So that's
Okay.
the conversation we want to have before we actually give the notice to proceed for the design.
I'm just a little, I mean, okay, I understand what you're saying. I'm just kind of figuring out how do you figure out how much something costs without doing a plan on cost.
Yeah,
You know,
Jeremy
sort of
has a
like-
plan.
He has a plan?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I will have faith, very little of it. That's the way
If I
it
may,
rolls.
on that issue, when we discussed this, obviously we all want to see this happen.
Yeah.
But let's say if a design costs $36,000, again, this is government
Typically,
speak.
design is about 10%. So
that
it could
means-
easily be in the
Yeah, so
300
it could
something.
be $300,000.
So,
Yes.
I mean, the onus is on your committee, and I know you can do it, to raise that money.
Right.
Right? And I think you guys can do it in a few years, or maybe even quicker. We get the reindeer run where we know it can go. So
Right.
I'm just letting you know that I'm in support. I believe we're all supported, but we did have a
Yeah.
discussion a few months ago about how is this going to realistically be paid for? And if it's
Right.
in the $300,000 range, and obviously, it's going to come from donations to the committee.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, the whole idea is, once we have the plans made, we'll be able to decide, how much money we have to raise, and I can go to the sponsors to raise that money. We don't have a timeline on this, We're basically looking at, how quickly we can raise the money and going to all the different sources, federal government sources, state government sources, and charities and stuff to raise that money.
Yeah, the staff would want to work with the committee to develop a plan. And a plan is obviously, is not a pie in the sky. Oh, well, someday we'll get it. No.
Right.
We'd like to work with you on a concrete plan of how the fundraising will happen, the sources, before we move forward with recommending.
That'll be fantastic. I welcome that.
Yeah.
I mean, one thing I
And-
know how to do is plan.
And Jeremy's here now. He can talk about, did we start to get the probable cost?
Mayor and Council, yes, so we did receive a rough order of probable construction cost, and this is kind of what put us at a stop before we spent any of this $36,000 on design, is that the expected cost, as we anticipated, is going to be about 10% of that, so we're looking at $335,000 right now with one rough order of magnitude. So what we were looking to do as part of the plan was to come back with you with these numbers and kind of see what's the next steps, knowing that it is a large amount of funding that's going to be required in order to do this. So we wanted to go ahead and just make sure that we got that ROM before we spent and moved forward with any design, just to make sure that it's still the appetite of the council, and as far as also working with the committee to go ahead and build a plan to fund $335,000 potential dollars.
Right. Yeah, and it's important for you and your staff to work with the committee to develop a game plan on how we're going to do the fundraising, where the sources we're going to go to, what's the probability, and make sure it doesn't have to be every I dotted, every T crossed, but we have to have a pretty good idea of, yeah, we're going to be able to raise these funds.
Correct. And then there was a little bit of a time lapse there. And the other thing just to note was we originally went after the original concept city that built what we're looking to do with this memorial. And it was actually repurposed from an even older memorial that they had. They made into the American Revolutionary War memorial. And they don't have any construction documents. This dates back many, many years ago. So also couldn't get a cost from them. So we had to then wait for a design firm to give us an ROM.
All right, Councilman Sanchez and then Councilman Cuadra Garcia, but guys, let's get it moving.
Yep. Jeremy, with regards to scale, the size of it, in comparison to the V for veterans outside, how much larger is it?
Much larger. This is essentially a structure that it's like a semicircle that goes around something in the
Okay.
middle, and then it's almost like a wave. So you'll have it go up to about 7.5 feet, 8 feet, and then come back down. And then along that, there will be tiles where we can put
Right.
all the veterans who have served and lived in the town.
Okay. Okay.
Councilman-
So are we talking about maybe 20 feet wide?
I don't have the specs directly in front of me, but around the curve, I
Yes.
would assume to be somewhere around that. And then
Okay.
there's also a front portion that's just lower that actually bears the name we would put Veterans Park Memorial or whatever we wanted to place.
Okay.
So it's a pretty big footprint.
Okay.
So yeah.
Thank you.
Councilman Cuadra Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually getting goosebumps just seeing how beautiful it's going to look. Thank you, Mr. Colonel. My recommendation is going to be, we have two of the finest schools here in Dade County in architect, FIU. Correct me if I'm wrong. Why don't you have them come in and help with the project to see if we could save some money? What is that? Is that an idea?
I have no idea what the process would be for that, but that's not if that's something that the town council finds and the town manager thinks could be feasible. I mean, one thing we do need to have an effective fundraising is some renderings. People would like to see what they're paying for. And so that's the one thing that I would say is the absolutely first step, is you can't market if you have nothing to show anybody. So I'll work with I'll work with Jeremy, and we'll reach out to see maybe we can use some of the money we raise for a contest among the architectural students. You know, we raised from the reindeer run to be used. You know, the winner of who does the rendering, and we can use that, gets maybe $500 or something like that. So we'll look into
Councilman
that.
Sanchez, and then we'll start to wrap this up.
I want to put a motion, hopefully I have a second, to, by the next council meeting, have a rendering. So that way at the Veterans Day Parade, which is the biggest Veterans Parade, like, it's the longest running Veterans Day Parade in the state at this point, we can start marketing it there at the Veterans Day Parade.
Okay. Can I request a little time to reach out to U of M and FIU, see if they're even willing to do that? I have no contacts as far as your School of Architecture for either.
Just a rendering, not design plans, just a rendering of what it's going to look like. It can be a picture of the one that's currently existing in the...
Well, I don't hear a second unless somebody's going to speak up now.
Well, I will second for discussion in the sense where what the councilman says is true. If we have a rendering, at least something it looks like, and we can we can collect funds at the Veterans Day Parade, at least start that fundraising aspect of it.
All
And
right.
of course, renderings. If you look at renderings, they look like that, but they're not always 100%. So
Okay.
maybe we can get an art, like I said, like he was mentioning, somebody
All
from.
right, I'll see what I can do.
We
See
can
what I
reach
can
out
do.
as well as a council to see.
I'll see what Jeremy and I can make happen. Yeah.
Yeah, I just don't want to vote for this as a requirement because obviously I don't know how quickly they can turn it around, so
Yeah.
I just want to give them flexibility. But obviously I agree that, having the rendering will help them raise money, but I just don't want to give them a time certain like that when, again.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll amend the motion to have it ready by the Veterans Day Parade.
No, I mean, but that still
No.
puts them under the gun there, and just again, I think we just need to let that process play out. Is all I'm saying.
Okay.
And just I think they know that yes, the rendering would help, but again, by trying to set an artificial timeline of getting it before the Veterans Day Parade, I mean, again, to me, it would almost seem to kind of hasten the process in a way that could actually make it, make it worse in the sense of, right, when you're rushing through something, you miss details, you're normally just trying to get out the door. So, I just don't, for something like this, I just don't want to rush it, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
And I agree with Mayor Council Sanchez, and it's a great idea. I mean, yes, we want a rendering, because you cannot fundraise without something to market with.
Right.
If I may, I'd like to move along, because we have some other things I want to talk about.
Well, hang
if
on,
that's okay.
before you move on. There's a motion on.
Yes,
open.
correct. So I'll move to lay it on the table indefinitely.
I'll second.
All right.
Oh, wait.
Indefinitely? Well, because the motion was to have the rendering by the Veterans Day Parade.
Okay,
So
then
what
I'll
would
still
we-
second.
Yeah,
You're gonna
so,
table that? All right.
so that would be, just to, again, this is just to move it aside for now.
Yeah.
So, again, motion to table the motion indefinitely. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, no. You guys have it. The motion is laid on the table.
All right.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. The veteran scholarship winners are, say, Ansi Bernal, Armando Bernal, and Grace Fernandez. Each one will be getting $1,000. That's from the Reindeer Run. So congratulations to them, and really it's due to their grandfather or father who's the veteran that they're getting the amount of money.
Awesome.
The other big thing that we're going to start doing, and we need your approval to work on this, and Larry Borman is running lead on this, is we want to create the Town of Miami Lakes Veterans Golf Tournament. Now, we have a 5K race, but not everybody's a runner. And I'm looking at you. I'm looking at you. I'm looking.
Don't look at me.
I'm looking at.
I'm the best runner here.
I'm looking at all you guys. And but I know a bunch of you guys are really good golfers. I'm looking at. Vice Mayor, I know you got like a secret team of, professional golfers. So what we want to put together is something that will raise funds and be in Miami Lakes. We're working with the Graham companies to use the Miami Lakes golf course. I'm going to meet with Stu, the CEO, and see what can we get going. We throw a date on there, February 26th. That's just for planning purposes. That's not a definitive date. It could move. It won't move earlier, I can guarantee you that, but it can move later. But all we need is your approval to get this thing going. So that way we can set up the subcommittee. People like Fred Sandra is going to be in that subcommittee. There's quite a few people who are really good golfers and really great leaders, and I think it's going to be something that is going to continue for a long time, and it's going to be appreciated by all residents. Yes, sir.
Through the mayor.
You're recognized, but again, guys, we got to keep moving.
Sure. Very briefly, while I understand that this event will bring in money, ultimately it's going to have upfront costs. Do we have an estimate on what those upfront costs are?
Do we know that yet, Larry? Yeah.
We don't have an exact cost at this time, but based on what some of the other events have cost and based on what our sponsors have already pledged to us, verbal pledges, we believe it'll be self-funding. It won't require any funds from the town. We'll have the funds in to pay the upfronts before we have to draw any money from the town.
Okay. I think your liaison had something to add.
All right. I was just told by the liaison that I need you to provide me a motion to move monies from the Reindeer Run to grants and aid for the scholarships.
So moved.
Second. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? No. Or rather, there is no no's. Okay, so the motion carries.
Thank you
Just a
very much.
recommendation, reach out to President Ray Palacios from the Chamber of Commerce. He has a little bit of experience putting together golf tournaments. There's like nuances to it to make sure it's a good and fun and successful event that people want to come back to, not just this first year, but in year 2.
And if we get a motion to approve us setting up the subcommittee to look at the...
So moved.
Second.
Yeah, okay.
golf tournament.
But you really need one to set up a
We have the
subcommittee.
authority, we can run with it? All right. I thought we needed the approval. That's what
Yeah,
my
again,
mistake.
You probably need approval from your own committee.
Correct.
Oh, we already did that.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
I withdraw my
then you're
motion.
good. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
perfect.
All right. And lastly, very quickly, and these are just things that we're supporting. We're not actually the lead on this. Is we're helping you to do a casino and dominoes night at Pace High School for Veterans Organization, fundraising for veterans, and Knights of Columbus. And we're doing a veterans and orphans fishing outing, a veterans park and the lake right there. The orphans from his house and veterans, we're going to get together and fish in that lake. And that's all I have, gentlemen.
All right.
Do we need a motion to approve the new events?
Been moved. Is there a second?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Have a good night.
Thank you. The motion carries. And we're now finally getting to the substance of our meeting, beginning with 12D. Who pulled that one?
I think that was me, Mayor.
All right, Councilman Hersberg, you are recognized. This is 12D, authorization to apply for the fiscal year 2026-2027 Florida Recreation Development Assistance Program.
Thank you, Mayor. And the reason I pulled this I echo Ms. Centrone's comments, honestly. looking at a map, I want to understand where this idea for the park came from on this location. It does not seem like it's connected to any residential neighborhoods. It's a part of the master plan, because as I'm in favor of trying for grants, but this is a grant that also requires us to spend $200,000, right? And we actually already spent $25,000 to apply for this grant, which if we don't apply, unfortunately, that's cost wasted. But I'd rather spend that money. I'd rather have that wasted cost than spend money for something that we may decide is not really needed right now. It's another park to maintain. It's another place to spend money on once it's complete. So that's the discussion I would like to have.
Through the mayor.
Well, that's his motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. With that, let's begin with Councilman Garcia, though, for that, as the seconder of the motion, and then the vice mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, the question I have,
was,
and Jeremy,
was
I
Councilman
mean,
Garcia.
We
There you go.
I mean, I know this has been something that you guys have been discussing for a while, and adding parks, and I know that fund is only for new purchasing of new land for these things. But we also talked about in our briefing the possibility of us up here as a body being able to work with that to change that ordinance to see if we can use that money for new parks to maintaining existing parks. Is that something that
we're preparing in order to be able to do? Right now, we're working under the umbrella of the county's impact fee ordinance, right? And the county's impact fee ordinance separates and has two pieces to the park's impact fees. It has the park improvement impact fees, which is to improve existing parks, and the park open space impact fee, which is to acquire, like you said, to acquire new park space or to develop new park space. So we are working towards, and I think this is something we've discussed with the council a few months back, we're working now towards the end of developing our own impact fee ordinance so we can tailor it to what our needs are.
Now, you mentioned that it requires a study?
Before we can't just come out and do our own ordinance. We have to do a study that would lead us in that direction. We are now procuring, you guys funded in the mid-year budget amendment, some monies for studies. And the most important one, which was what this council told us, which was the impact fee study. We are now in the process of procuring that. And going out to bid. We're developing the RFP to be able to put it out on the street and be able to, So,
through the mayor.
Let me just one last question. Time frame on that, so we'll be able to have that information to make a decision to move money from purchasing new land to existing.
That is probably several months down the road, and I'm not 100% sure that is something that we'll have to rely on our friends next door to be able to tell us. If we develop our own impact fee ordinance, the acceptance of new impact fees, is that new ordinance only prospectively, or can we go backwards and money that we already have, will it apply, our own ordinance, will it apply to monies that we have already acquired that under separate set of rules? So we'll have to get a legal opinion, then I'm sure they're gonna have to do due diligence and research to be able to give us that opinion. They probably aren't.
Mayor, I have a priority motion.
You're recognized for the priority motion.
I'd move to lay this item on the table until the October council meeting. That way we can get through our budget discussions, figure out how much is actually in there.
I'll second that.
And come back to it.
Any discussion?
Is there a deadline for
There is a deadline.
Yeah.
We would not
What's
meet.
the deadline?
The end of this month.
Okay. Well, then let the council take that into consideration, deciding on my motion to table.
And then I do have some points through the mayor, just to go back on some of the comments that were made. And I know it's going to be germane to decisions. So as far as the increased maintenance, we already maintain this area as a part of phase 1 of this project, which is already adopted in the Greenways and Trails Master Plan. It is something that is part of what we want to build out in its entirety. The increase would be roughly $150 annually, because all we are adding is edging. Edging costs us .0005, so less than a penny for every linear foot. So we
Okay.
are looking at, on 35 cycles, roughly $150, $180 annually increase for maintenance.
Yeah, and I think you've given us enough information to decide if we want to table this or not. Then, so with that, Madam Clerk, please, well, it's on the motion to table. So Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez. Oh, I'm sorry. No, he's absent. Councilmember Hirschberg.
No.
No?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no.
No.
Well, good, well, no, is what he's saying,
Sorry, I
yes.
just couldn't hear. Councilmember Fernandez.
No to table.
No to table. Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
No.
Vice Mayor Morera.
No.
Mayor Dieguez.
No, I think he saved us, Jeremy.
So-
Congratulations. All right, so I'll go ahead and move to approve it. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no?
No.
Okay, call the roll on this, Madam Clerk.
Yes. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
I did not understand, can you restate the motion?
This is to approve the item 12F, excuse me, not 12F, 12D that we've been discussing. I asked if there was any further discussion, and therefore, when there was no response, we are now calling the vote. You have to make a decision.
Do you want to approve the town going after this grant or not?
Okay, so that's a no.
Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Hirschberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez. Oh, absent. Vice Mayor Morera.
No.
Mayor Dieguez.
Yes.
The motion, 1, 2, 3, fails.
Yeah, so it dies.
So we need to cancel the public input well, we could probably still get the public input and then consider this for next year. And then we can bring it back with at least the
I move to
the
cancel
feedback.
the information session. I don't think that, I think that would send the wrong message to the community.
Pardon me?
I would move to cancel that information collecting session, as I think it would send the wrong message to the community.
Is there a motion on
I'll
this?
second.
It's been moved and seconded. Discussion. I am going to go ahead and vote no on this motion. The reality is, again, I think it's our job to educate the public on how these grants operate, and how it plays into our park system. As the director just pointed out, we're talking about a marginal difference in terms of maintenance costs, right? For a better product at the end of the day, something that actually on our border, reflects the values of who we are. And for me, and I know it was for Councilman Sanchez on, when he applied for the open position, parks and our linear parks, including, are a big part of that. And again, for a minimal cost, I was prepared to go ahead and vote to kill this altogether, but for a minimal cost more, I think we should have proceeded with this and not have killed it. But again, this is just in the information session, because I do think that this is worth looking at next year, and this will save us that additional step. For that reason, I will be voting no on the motion. Is there any other discussion on this? Okay, seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So the
And wait, I'm sorry, one more thing. Councilman Cuadra Garcia, just to be clear, this is about canceling the information session related to this grant. In other words, the Vice Mayor is trying to say that we're not even going to try to apply for this next year. Understood? Okay, all right. Now, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
So motion to cancel the information session. Councilmember Hirschberg.
Yes.
Motion to cancel the information session? Yes, right? That was a recorded vote? Yes. Councilmember Sanchez.
No.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Vice Mayor Morera
Yes.
and Mayor Dieguez.
No.
No. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 yeses. Motion to cancel passes.
Okay, so we're now then on item 12F. This is ITB 2025-17, Electrical Services As Needed Contract Award. I believe this is the Vice Mayor that pulled this?
Yes, it was me. I pulled it because I wanted to ask, In the memo on this item, I didn't see pricing for each of them, like what the bid numbers were at. So while I understand that an evaluation committee was created and certain points were arranged, I don't see what the pricing was, so I don't know what kind of deal I'm getting.
Because it's not specific pricing as hourly rates. So what we provided was a number of average hours for the year or for a certain cycle, and they would provide their hourly rates. We can provide that. Is it something you have available right now?
Do we have it available now?
Yes, she's looking it up right now.
Yeah,
Okay.
and understand, this is an ITB, which is different than an RFP. RFP,
Correct.
there's other factors that are taken into account. A ITB, you detail what are the minimum requirements, and anybody who meets those minimum requirements, then the final decision is strictly based on price. So the
then why-
ranking, the final
so-
ranking was based on price.
So then why is there an evaluation committee?
No, this is an RFP.
Okay, because it's shown as an ITB.
Yeah, it's shown as.
That was a
an
typo, but it's an RFP.
Okay.
Okay, let's make sure that
I stand
those
corrected.
typos aren't done. In the meantime, do we have the numbers? Okay, great. 'Cause I was about to like put this after the next item.
Yeah.
To let
And this
them-
is the vendor, while she looks that up, that does all the electrical repairs for the town right away in our facilities.
Already?
No, they have worked for the town in the past. Our current vendor is no longer gonna service the town. They are servicing
That's
us.
right, he's retiring or something.
Yeah, they're only servicing us up to now, up to this award, and after that, we have to switch immediately to the next vendor.
I wish him a
Chair.
happy retirement.
Through the chair, or you're waiting for an answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
So like I mentioned, we have provided a set number of hours just for bid purposes. This doesn't mean that this is what we're gonna do for the year. And it came out to be, so we had 20 hours for the master electrician, 20 hours for the journeyman, and this is per position, 15 hours for the apprentice, 15 hours for a laborer. Then we have, this is for nighttime, right? Then we have other options for after hours. Again, it's the same breakdown of hours. Well, 25 hours for a master, 25 hours for a journeyman, 20 hours for apprentice, 20 hours for a laborer. And then additional, we have rates for a bucket truck, 10 hours there, bucket truck with 50-foot minimum height, 20 hours there. A crane, for example, the Optimus Park lights or the Royal Oaks, so we need that type of equipment. And also directional boring, and this is mainly used when we need to put a new line. Let's say one of our lines fails for our light poles, we have to do directional boring. And a percentage for parts and materials. This vendor came out at $17,000 for that breakdown based on the pricing that they provided.
Which one?
This is GNR, the one we're recommending for award.
GNR is, how much was it?
17,000, wait, lo get.
Just, okay, 17,000. What about?
275.
17,275?
Yes.
And what was the second one, E-Tech?
E-Tech, we'll get it right now. $15,300.
15,300?
Yes.
Okay, what was the, I guess, evaluation criteria that led to a smaller number bidder losing to a higher dollar bidder?
This, if you want to open it up really quick. But we look at the company history, we looked at the management team, we look at their fleet, the equipment that they have available, experience in general, the recommendations that they get from other cities or other clients. I'm just pulling it up. Right now.
That being said, E-Tech received 204 points, so it does have somewhat experience and it meets the qualifications, correct?
Yeah, and at the end they were 204 versus 275. So E-Tech was 204 total and GNR was 275.
What is GNR Electric giving me that is worth me paying more for them?
One of the things, well, each individual reviewer had the things they were looking at, but things that were highlighted during the review was the location of their yard. If I remember correctly, they are very close to the town. They have a 24-hour service. The other vendors did not. So this is important in case an emergency happens, they're able to respond. Not just a 24-hour service, 24-hour number. They had a lot of in-house equipment that we are looking for a vendor that doesn't have to go out and rent, because that will add time to response time. And yeah, and the amount of experience overall of their entire team.
I ask this primarily because, number one, there's a fiscal component to all of this, obviously, and seeing 15,000 versus 17,000, but also primarily because honestly, I've sat here. Not many people sit through these meetings, and I've been wondering what the people in the front row are here for this entire meeting, and it just dawned on me why they're here. There's a gentleman wearing an E-Tech shirt right behind you.
And the GNR gentleman is in the back.
The GNR gentleman is in the back. Okay. So we have representatives from both of them here.
Yes, sir.
Because to me, I don't think we've actually seen that in the past. And I think it's wonderful. Thank you to both of the companies for being here. I think it's great that you care enough to show up.
For every bid, the contractors are in here. I don't know if you've noticed, but I usually go talk to somebody, and I just giving them a timeline.
Usually a good idea to warn us. But, I guess my question is Canseco in here?
No, the only ones that get invited are the ones that are considered for award.
Well, Canseco and Solarium, those are number 3 and number 4.
Yeah, Canseco actually, we can tell you if you want to pull that up.
What happened?
The pricing or?
No.
Oh, you're not interested? Okay.
I was just asking if they were in the room.
No, we only invite the ones that are considered for award, and our practice, especially with maintenance contracts, have been to have a primary and a secondary. And it happens that sometimes the primary may not be available, and we have to go to the secondary to be able to get the service provided.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any discussion, questions on this before I make a motion on it?
Quick question. Any of the two gentlemen that are here or the companies reside in Miami Lakes or have business license in Miami Lakes or residents in Miami Lakes?
GNR is a resident.
Who is a resident?
GNR is a resident of Miami Lakes.
Is a resident of Miami Lakes? His
we-
primary home is a resident of Miami Lakes?
No, and a previous vendor too. They have done work for the town prior to the existing one.
Can I ask him a question real quick?
Yeah.
How are you, sir?
Good, and you guys?
Good. How long have you been a Miami Laker?
I'm sorry?
How long have you been a Miami Laker, and how long have you owned your business?
Well, we had this contract for 5 years with Miami Lake, years ago.
¿Cuánto tiempo vivió?
Yeah, I live in Miami Lake too. About 5 or 6 years.
Tú has vivido aquí 5 o 6 años.
Yeah, in Miami Lake way south.
Ok. Gracias.
¿No hay un chance de un descuento familiar ya que vives aquí?
No tiene problema. Nos vamos. I'm going to give you...
Dale una copia al clerk. Dale una copia al clerk. Gracias. ¿Cómo era tu nombre? Gonzalo. Muchas gracias, Gonzalo. GNR. Yeah, that's fine.
We have a 10,000 feet warehouse in Hialeah, close to here.
How long have you been in business?
Yeah, 40 years. We are 1986.
Acabaste de empezar.
And we have a warehouse full of all kind of electrical toys and equipment
So,
for emergency.
Director Santos, this is asking for us to approve a primary and a secondary. How often do we go to our secondary? No, this is for Director Santos.
Yeah, no, I don't hear too well. Oh.
All right. In the previous contract, we had a secondary and we had a primary, and the primary essentially defaulted, so we had to go to the secondary. That's one scenario that we have to use a secondary. In others, like for example, the current one for the contractor that does sidewalk improvements, we'll go to the primary first. We'll offer them the work orders. If they have no availability or they're taking too long to turn around the project, we'll go to the secondary. It's a decision that we will determine based on need, if it's an emergency, and availability of the contractor. So it's good to have the secondary to provide that service.
Through the chair, last question. I'm sorry. Just the 272, did that take into consideration that he was a resident? Did you have points for that?
No, that was not a criteria for.
We don't have points for businesses based out of Miami Lakes?
This is on experience, on
I was under the impression when we do RFPs, we consider, I was told that, maybe I misunderstood, we consider businesses based out of Miami Lakes and points.
He's a resident, but the business is outside of Miami Lakes.
But he's a resident. We don't have that component?
It's not. It was not a criteria in this.
Can we add that to the criteria?
Well, not right now. So I just want to remind my colleagues that we have a lot to get through. So I think, and a lot of these questions should have been asked before we got to the meeting.
All right.
So the point I just want to get to is just, if we have questions, let's get through them quickly. But like, for example, that item about can we add it? Obviously we can, but that's not germane to the discussion right now. So with that, are there any questions on whether or not we should approve this particular award?
No, I have a motion.
Okay, you're recognized, Vice Mayor.
For your information, we did all the lighting, street lighting in Miami Lake. We changed to LED. We did the youth center in Miami Lake Way, close to the police. We have done a lot of work here.
Thank you, sir. I think before I make my motion, Councilman Cuadra Garcia was about to ask a question. I think it's good to just let him ask the question.
Go ahead, Councilman Cuadra
My
Garcia.
question is that I think we should consider it, not pass it today. Do we have to pass it today? Make a motion?
Is that a question or a suggestion?
A suggestion, not to pass it today.
If it's not passed today, we do not have a contract.
Sorry, we can't listen to 5 people.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Vice Mayor.
All right. I move to approve E-Tech as a primary and GNR as a secondary. Flipping the
Is
order.
there a second? Go wait. Right now, I need to know if there's a second. If there's no second, then it dies, and then another motion can be made. Seeing none, it dies for lack of a second. I'll go ahead and move to keep it as is and move to approve the item
And
as
I'll
it was
second
written.
it.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion carries.
Thank you, Council.
We are now on item 12H, authorization to apply for the FDACS 2024 Community Forestry Capacity Grant. Mr. Vice Mayor, I believe you pulled this as well, so go ahead and take the lead before and introduce your motion. Mr. Vice Mayor?
Sorry. Can you remind me what item we're on?
12H related to?
The forestry grant?
Yes.
Okay, so just, I guess this is Jeremy. I'm not even going to try with your last name. This is just for data collection. This doesn't plant trees. This doesn't provide for any health benefits to the trees. It's just data collection, right?
At this point, what we are looking to utilize the funds for are for tree inventory. There is no planting of trees. This is not part of a reforestation project. This is for updating our outdated now tree inventory system, which we don't have. So this will be step one towards getting us back on a data module that we can continue to monitor and update the actual health and progress of our trees.
So the inventory is not just a count. It is a count and condition.
Correct, as well as providing the GPS locations that eventually we will place on the software system to monitor and maintain this.
During the last amended budget cycle discussion, Councilman Herzberg and I really harped on being able to track, hey, when was the last time a tree was trimmed? Would this help with that?
This will be the process that allows us to then be able to maintain an updated collection of all the conditions, all the last service work orders, all of the last progress and condition updates, as well as help us with the CRM and overall maintenance of our arbor operation.
Understood. I'll move the item.
Second it.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
What's the final cost of this?
100. It's
Well,
50 from us, 50 from the grant.
I just want to go ahead and make sure that we all know that this is to help monitor trees
Sure.
within our community, which are literally part of our logo.
Just
So
question,
it's-
question, because we're trying to save money on reports. There's got to be AI software right now that uses satellite data that can tell the thickness of the canopy by color, the health of the canopy, how many trees. There has to be. There has to be.
I
I'm
can do
just saying-
research. I'm not aware of any. We have done plethora of research between JP and I as far as looking at all the CRMs possible for arbor maintenance. We've even gone beyond arbor to see if something can.
Well, CRM is different than what you're asking. A
But this-
CRM is
It's not client facing.
Is-
It's
okay.
not client facing. It's internal. It is a asset management system is what we're looking
Yeah, okay.
at. We've even gone generalized to see if we can spread that amongst other departments. We have beat this up pretty well.
Are you
Right
asking
now,
for a CRM or software to be able to, you manually putting in the condition of each tree and location after manually being inspected by?
that is the inventory which we are seeking the grant for.
Okay.
To inventory all data related that we're going to need in order to place it into that software system.
I just think there has to be something out there created already from other towns or the forest department or something to look at. I mean, I could have sworn I've seen a YouTube video on that to take a look at before and after fires and things like that. There has to be something out there because we're trying to save money on studies.
If I may, too, there are like programs such as like GIS capabilities that can use LiDAR software to do those things. However, a lot of times that data still then needs to be processed, put into a report, and then created into a usable form for us to do. And that's not something.
Isn't it also really expensive? Like
GIS?
GIS is like
GIS is
astronomical.
expensive. We do have some capabilities through the town currently,
Yeah.
but a lot of that data collection in order to get access to certain LiDAR data and things like that, and then to go through the whole process of creating the inventory, analyzing the data, and then individualizing all the data for each individual tree is part of the whole process that they'll go through with this. So they may utilize some of those softwares to create this.
Yeah, I've looked at the LiDAR for blasting things, extremely expensive. And I'm sure, I don't disagree, there might be other options, but the other options would cost money here. This tree survey is something that we're way too far behind on. It's something we have to do, so it makes sense to do it.
Is there any further discussion?
Mr. Manager,
Please.
Mr. Manager, I don't want to take, please, let's, we're trying to save money. Why don't we do it in-house?
No, again, that's not what's before us. And again, I just want to, this applies to all of us, by the way, myself included, that we need to do a better job of asking many of these questions beforehand. Obviously, many of us have our agenda briefings with time that we can email these questions. We can have these questions raised at our budget hearing, excuse me, our agenda briefing. And again, like it's now 9:31 and we're still just barely slogging through this. So with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no?
No.
Okay, 2 noes. That would be Councilman Garcia and Councilman Cuadra Garcia. Is that accurate? Okay. You got that, Madam Clerk? Okay, excellent. Is there a motion on the consent calendar?
I move the consent calendar.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The consent calendar is approved.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
can I have a moment of personal privilege to state 2 things? I'll be very brief. The first one is, you just approved, all of you, the committee rules. So I was asked to make the following statement. Neighborhood Improvement Committee is having tomorrow their last meeting at 8:30 p.m. because you just approved the committee rules, but I was asked to share this with everyone for the record. So tomorrow, 8:30, and from then moving on, the new time. Then the other thing that I wanted to call your attention, because I need a little bit of clarification in the committee rules, and this is going to be fast. Page 97 of your agenda has section 13, term of office. This is the committee rules that you just approved. And Claricela and I,
repeat the page number?
reading
I think it was
them,
97.
page 97 of the agenda will take you to the section of the committee rules, section 13, term of office. It's just to make my life easier. Whenever a committee member is going to be removed by the mayor or by all of you, by the council, the last section reads, the appointing council member or the mayor, in the case of the mayor's appointment, may remove his or her appointed committee member at any regularly scheduled town council meeting. I believe, because many years ago I started working here, that this sentence was very relevant years ago, because if my memory is not mistaken, committee members were appointed via motion in the council meetings and were removed via motion during the council meetings. We don't do that anymore. We just read them for the record. But you, all of you, on your own, you decide if you need to remove a committee member or not. So my question, to make my life a little bit more easy, when I need to remove a committee member because you're telling us to remove them, do we still need to bring that person and make that removal in council chambers during the regular council meeting, or can you all now instruct me to remove that sentence?
I would give that instruction, or I'll move to give that instruction.
Yeah, and at least when Tony Lama proposed charter amendment that he did, that every council member gets an equal number of appointments and they're entitled to those appointments.
Correct.
The idea was that they can appoint and remove at any time, at their own discretion. So 100% that dovetails with the direction that you're getting here. Yeah.
So if you can make a motion to delete that
It's
last
been moved,
sentence.
I'll second it.
Okay.
Is there any discussion? Okay, Mr. Attorney?
No, just point of clarification, though. It still requires that be brought back before the council meeting, right? Because the appointments are brought to the council meeting.
As an
Inclusive
announcement,
appointment-
but
as an
not
announcement.
for action.
No, but for public disclosure. So it should be included that it'll be brought back. Which is how you. Right.
Yeah.
Right, so not completely delete it, you can remove them, but you gotta come back and just
Okay.
announce
No,
it
no,
at the
but
public
his
meeting.
motion was just to go ahead that we can, at any point, right?
Of course.
Did I misunderstand?
The motion is just to assist the clerk with a statutory interpretation of our existing
Yeah.
committee rule.
Okay.
And,
Right.
and her interpretation is correct.
But she's asking to delete that
Thank
line,
you.
and that's why I'm saying.
Oh, the line about when people have been removed?
Yes.
Yeah, it reads that the council member or the
maybe I
mayor
misunderstood,
may
yeah.
remove, may. So it costs,
But
you know,
it's-
questions.
Well, that it's in our discretion, you know.
It is, so
Right.
your total discretion, you let us know, yes, X, Y, and Z need to be removed, but I understand what the attorney's saying, but still, I will prepare, if that is the will of the council.
Yeah.
I will prepare
Needs to be
and we'll
Yeah,
read it into
just
the
as a public
record.
disclosure,
Yeah.
so-and-so was
Okay.
removed, whatever the case might be. Okay, I mean, is there any objection to that?
We never done that before.
What do you mean?
I never seen removals.
When-
Yeah, yeah,
It's
actually
on
I
there?
have.
There's
Okay.
been appointment sheets, you know
Yeah,
how
we
we
haven't
get
had
the
it in a
sheet?
while.
You
No, it's
know
been a
we
while,
haven't.
but we haven't had appointments either in
Okay,
a while.
I got it. I'm fine with it. Let's just move.
Yeah.
I had a removal. I had a removal.
Yes, correct, I know you did. No, but again, we also haven't had appointments either in a minute. Okay, so with that, do you need any actual motion from us on that?
I would like that, yes, so
Okay,
that we
you
can go
wanna
ahead
remake
and
the
proceed.
motion
And
as,
so I have a
you know.
motion from Vice Mayor Morera, seconded by Mayor Dieguez.
Yes, okay. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, motion carries. Okay, now, 13, ordinances on first reading, there being none, we're now on item 14, ordinances on second reading, there being none, we're now on 15, resolutions, adoption of the fiscal year 2026 state legislative priorities. I'll move it to get it
Second.
for discussion, seconded by the Vice Mayor.
No
Mr.
discussion.
Vice Mayor, go ahead and discuss.
No discussion.
Okay, no discussion. Anybody else have discussion on this list? You don't want to add the exemption to try and get them to authorize the exemption?
I mean, I don't know if this is the proper form to
I will
do
go
it.
ahead and add it to just be safe. And again, it's to get state authorization for us to create an exemption for senior residents, right? Or low-income senior residents, as opposed to a rebate, remember?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you're talking
Uh-huh.
about. I just don't know if doing it here at this stage makes sense. But okay, I will move to amend the resolution from its current form to include as a legislative priority the creation of a
Low-income
municipal level
Exemption.
homestead exemption for seniors who are also low income.
I'll second that. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is amended, or the main motion is amended, and we're back on that as amended. Is there any further discussion on the state legislative priorities? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. And the motion carries, and we have adopted our official slate of state priorities. And we're now on item 16, new business, starting with Councilman Herzberg, 16A, policy to pass through credit card processing fees to customers.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking at the budget, we spend $50,000 a year in credit card processing fees. The majority of that is in the building department, so I don't know if the building department has any position on that, but I don't see why it's a cost that the town should carry, so I believe that the town should pass through any credit card processing fees to the customers. That's my motion.
I'll second that. Any discussion?
Yes, I have discussion.
Okay, Councilman Sanchez.
Mr. Covilla, if you can come to the podium for a moment. I just want to make sure that we're not violating a Florida state statute. I believe that there's a Florida state statute that dictates that merchant service fees cannot be passed on to the consumer.
I'd have to look at that. You might be right.
Okay.
I mean, when you pay your property taxes online with a credit card, they charge a fee.
Well,
When you
your
pay
tag
SunBiz, they
renew
charge a
online,
fee.
Yeah.
SunBiz is
I-
auto tag agency,
paying
they
your-
charge
You're
a
asking
fee.
me a
Tickets
direct
online,
question as far as
everything.
if a
Yeah.
municipality can do it. I don't know of any. You are right. When I pay court fees, they're passing on the fee to me.
I just want to make sure that we're not like violating a state
Yeah.
statute or anything like that.
Yeah, no, I'll take the amendment, put on confirmation from legal counsel that we are not violating any laws. I think we should pass through the credit card fees to all customers across all departments.
Okay. Yep.
That was the motion. It's been
Second.
moved and seconded.
Second.
No, it was moved and seconded. Right. Like, wasn't that already the motion?
I was just taking his as a friendly amendment, just adding it to the motion.
Yeah.
Oh,
all
okay. All
departments.
right. So it's been moved and seconded. So on the amendment, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is amended. On the main motion as amended, any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion carries. Congratulations, Councilman Herzberg. We're now moving to 16B staff training on HB 1365 by Councilman Fernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. So as I had a meeting with Hilda Fernandez, there was some concern about this statute in relation to exposure to lawsuits. So that said, I would like, and this is going with what other municipalities have done, where they provided training. So we need to identify somebody who would be in charge or would be able to receive and then implement, or not implement, but we have to register any homeless person in the town on the Homeless Trust website. Once that's done, basically we've done our due diligence and we've washed ourselves, and I'm not speaking as a lawyer, but I understand that we have done our part and we are, we've done what the law has intended us to do. So my motion is just, Hilda has offered her to come to train staff. I'd also ask staff to appoint somebody who would be the person for all of the cited homeless persons in our town, where they would have the responsibility of inputting it into this website, and then we would be able to limit our exposure for a lawsuit.
I'll second that. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. We're on 16C, resolution for contract negotiations. Councilman Sanchez.
Well, my resolution is pretty straight to the point. Is instructing the town manager to place a request for quote, a request for proposal, or an invitation to bid, or search for a piggyback opportunity when the cost of renewing an expiring contract exceeds its previous contracted amount by 3.01%. There is a resolution that is attached. If we approve it tonight, it'll go into effect tomorrow. That this makes sure that our residents do not carry the burden of paying more for the needs of the town unless it is absolutely necessary as a last option.
I'll second it for discussion.
You're recognized, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I have an amendment to the resolution that was provided to us, the copy. I think that your NBI is more all-encompassing than this resolution. This resolution is a little bit narrower, and I wish that the resolution was as broad as your NBI. So on section 2, the resolution states that it instructs the town manager to adopt the policy where all contracts for professional services, equipment, and supplies that are scheduled to be renewed will be procured in instances, blah, blah, blah. So it limits it to contracts for professional services, equipment, and supplies. Your version is all contracts. So that's my motion is to amend it to where this section 2 simply reads, all contracts scheduled to be renewed will be procured.
I'll second
give it
that.
the full effect.
I'll second that amendment.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The main motion is amended, and we're back on that amended main motion. Is there any discussion on that? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and with that, the item is passed. So we're now on 16D, Building Department Technology Fund by Councilman Garcia.
Yeah, Mayor, because of the report given by our town attorney, I want to withdraw this item.
Okay, Madam Clerk, please show item 16D withdrawn. 16E, Tax Stabilization Fund by myself. Again, this is just to give instruction to staff to go ahead and come up with another saving account that will actually be protected in many ways from ourselves to, in the future, be able to help offset any revenue losses that we have. The idea, as we've all learned, is that we have a saving problem in this town, and that is why we keep ending up where we're at. And so this kind of forces us to do that. So that would be, and again, the mechanism that I laid out in the memorandum is just to give you an idea of how it would function. This is basically another rainy day type of fund, but that would be the motion, to give instruction to staff to come back with a proposal on what that would look like.
I'll second it.
Seconded by the Vice Mayor. Any discussion?
No.
Okay, anyone else?
I'll have just
Councilman
briefly.
Herzberg.
I like the idea. I like the idea. I think it needs fine tuning. I would say that one thing to think about unanimous vote. I feel like maybe it should be just super majority or 6 out of 7. That's the only thing I was thinking about in there. But otherwise, we'll see when more detailed proposal comes in.
Yeah, again, this is just that was just to visualize the concept, and also again, I have seen it in my 7 years here now, that we just can't help ourselves sweeping certain line items. So and that includes the sinking fund, where we kept deferring in years past. With that said, there being no further discussion, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Item 16E is passed. We are now on 16F BTRs by Councilman Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we all saw today in the report, the technology fund is unable to be used for other reasons, but we still have an issue. We have over $1 million in that technology fund, and I asked the manager and the building department to see within 90 days, if we're fairly collecting equally from everybody, a system in place where we know we're fairly collecting everything we need to collect, and everybody is paying their fair share, and we're not picking winners and losers. And also, if there's an opportunity there because we have all that money collected, a budget placed, and just money left overs, to push it back to lowering that fee to our business owners and trying to give them some tax relief or fee relief in this economy.
Is there a second?
Second?
Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to be clear, the Vice Mayor. I just want to be clear that the BTRs and the technology fee are in 2 separate funds. The BTRs is a fee that we charge businesses to, and they have to renew it every year. That BTR fee is a general fund item. The technology fee is something that people pay when they apply for a permit. A portion of their permit fee goes towards this technology fee, and that's the one that has
It's a
the $1 million.
surtax. Would that be a good way to call
Well,
it?
thank you.
Surtax.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay.
thank you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Well, then that surtax that we're charging, that
Yeah, it's part of your permit fee.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
So
because-
this is completely different, and it goes to 2 separate funds.
So
One
because
goes to
we
the-
already have $1 million in that fund,
It's in the building fund.
it's in the building fund. Okay.
Building
I guess what I'm
technology
asking is
fund.
how can we work this to find out if we can lower that fee for our business owners?
Yeah, the 2 things are unrelated.
Okay.
Because, and it goes back to the opinion that the legal team gave us, that the money that goes into the building technology fund is standalone. That has to be used only for enforcement of the Florida Building Code. This building tax receipts, this is something we charge, and it's a general fund item.
I guess the question I have.
And that goes back to the report that Danny provided us just before the last budget hearing.
I guess the question I have is, we already have $1 million in that fund.
No.
I don't think we need more in that technology fund.
No. Yeah, that's unrelated to this.
Okay.
It's unrelated to building
All right.
tax receipts.
So I guess the question I have is, this fund, the $1 million fund, how do we stop funding it? since we already have $1 million we haven't used.
You stopped charging the technology fee.
Can we stop charging the technology fee? Is
Yeah,
that something?
that's
Did
not
I make
the
a,
item that you-
okay, then I
That really doesn't necessarily directly affect businesses like I think what you're trying to do, because everybody pays that. Anybody who's going to pull a permit, whether it's a business
Just to be
or
clear.
a residence.
Okay,
Just to be
then
clear,
I'm going to withdraw this motion and.
Wait. Before you withdraw it, just to be clear, Director Angel.
Excuse me, remember that's been moved and seconded, and per what the town attorney told us recently,
Correct.
we would need to table it first, and then you can make the new.
Then I will table this motion.
Before we do that,
Table
let me
until
just ask
when?
a question.
Table until when?
Before everyone goes crazy, let me just ask a question on the original motion. Just to be clear, there is no technology fee associated with the BTR.
That is correct.
Okay, so now you can move the table.
Okay.
Well, if I may, Councilman, I know where you're getting at. You want to lower the technology fee is funded, so you want to lower the fee that we're charging in the building permits. So why don't do you want to lower the BTRs as well, or because then I guess you could table and maybe bring it back. So it's fine. The BTR and building fee completely separate. That's
I
correct.
get it.
I
Okay.
want to stop funding the technology fund since it already has $1 million
Right.
in it. I want a plan for its use. What are your plan? And any savings that we can pass on to our business owners, I'd like a plan to see how we can do that. That's my motion.
Is there a second on the motion?
Point of order. There was no motion to table the original motion.
Well, actually, no, he didn't make the motion to table, but
wasn't
you're right.
voted
Okay,
on.
sorry, you're right.
It wasn't seconded or voted on?
Yeah, it wasn't seconded. So, but then it was paused. So okay, all right. So
Let's
now
vote
it's
on
been
the
moved and
table.
seconded on the motion to table indefinitely, right?
Yes.
Okay, motion. Okay, on that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no.
Okay.
The ayes have it. The motion is laid on the table indefinitely. Councilman Garcia, you're recognized for a motion.
So again, my motion is to figure out a way, since we already have $1 million in the technology fund, a plan for its use, any savings that are left over, a plan to return it back to, or cut the, the fees that we're charging our businesses, reflecting how much is left over. I would like that possibly from the next 90 days.
When would you like that plan by?
I would like that within the next 90 days.
Council member,
Yes.
I believe that there's going to be a nexus between this item and item I.
Item I?
So I don't want to put words in the mouth of the mayor, but I think the mayor's item in writing deals with park rental fees. But there may be the opportunity there to do a wholesale review of all of our fees, park rental
Do you
fees,
wanna just bring
BTR
that motion back
fees,
up later?
permit fees, and look at everything holistically, and then bring you back a package. But I may be speaking out of turn.
Well, just to be clear, at the last meeting, I made a motion to go ahead and review all our building department fees, which have, no?
I'm sorry, just to correct, it was to review our business tax fees. It wasn't our building permit
Oh,
fees.
but you're right, sorry, I apologize. Yeah, and by profession, everything, see if we need to update those. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry, that was the motion there. So those fees are taken care of, I guess the way to put it.
But I think just to piggyback on what the manager just reiterated, there might be an opportunity here to do an all-inclusive review of all of our fees.
So-
just to make sure
But
that.
we just updated the building department fees recently, right?
No,
Wasn't
we
that
have
Councilman
not.
Rodriguez's
No.
item,
No.
no?
No,
Okay.
we have not.
You sure?
Positive.
Okay, because
Through the chair, how long would that take to do all the fees?
Essentially, municipalities usually seek the assistance of a professional. There's consultants that do that equitably.
Brother.
I think
you could
we
rely
should-
on us to do that type of search for you, but that is typically what is done. It's usually a professional consultant that does this for
of course.
municipalities.
It's government, so everything is a professional study. But I guess so my question, going back to the current motion, is, do you feel that with the $1 million or so that is in there now on the building department technology fee, that's adequate to fund what you need, for example, on the convenient business licensing that we talked about, and on other technology for the department? Or in your professional opinion, should we, continue collecting it, but maybe revisit the amount charged?
My professional opinion, there's an opportunity here to reduce what's currently being connected. It's currently at 10%. If you look across the board, the average is about 2 to 5%. Keep in mind that that's there in place in the event that there is some type of new software like AI that the town could take advantage of and purchase at that time. I can't tell you what that's going to cost at the moment because, number one, currently we're not seeking for that type of software. And number two, things could change within a couple years from now. So
that action might actually hamstring the town and handcuff us in the event that we do have to actually go out and buy something that we want. We would have to go back out to you guys and say, hey, by the way, we need another 10% increase at that point. So that's basically my professional opinion and assessment of what you guys should be doing at this point.
I just want to say I'm patiently awaiting the item on the park facility rental fees because I'm going to be suggesting something very similar to this. I just don't know if the mayor wants me to bring it up now or just wait till later.
Well, no, because right now the only thing on the table
Is
is
this.
the.
So let's move on.
Yeah.
So,
well,
okay.
well, first we have to vote it out one way or the other.
No.
No, yeah.
No, we
you just
tabled
made-
it. I
you
put a
made
new
motion.
motion to,
Yeah, it was seconded.
Instead of is there any way we can have this by the next, just for this, pertaining to this, the technology fund and how we can stop charging the 10%? Can we have that before the next
You
budget?
guys could do that if it's the will of the council to stop charging 10%. You guys could approve that and it'll come back as an ordinance.
What I'd like to, that information and what the ramifications are by the next budget meeting. Is that possible?
I could tell you right now, again, it could put us in a position a couple years from now where that fund is depleted over time, because just last year we bought a server to expand our capacity for records.
Okay.
So there's things that are purchased on a year-to-year basis. If it's the will of this council to completely eliminate that, we could be in a position 4 to 5 years from now where we don't have the funds there necessary to upgrade our systems.
If we drop it from 10 to, let's say, 3%, will that show a savings to business owners, or is that just an internal?
So I think you're
are we
still getting
moving things
confused.
internally?
This is not for business
This is
owners.
just internal.
This is for if you come
okay.
in for a permit, if you're for a driveway, for a fence, you're getting charged
Trying to figure
10%.
it out.
Yeah, council member, all applicants that come in for a building permit, whether it be a residence or a business, this applies to them. So a modification to the technology surcharge would apply to all applicants for.
And it would save them. It would save them money.
Yeah, it would,
Okay.
if there's a reduction to whatever, some lower
If it's
number
a
than
$100
10.
permit, you can save $10. I will tell you, I mean, since I've assumed the role, I haven't received one complaint in regards to their technology fee. But again, if it's the will of the council to go ahead and get this
I will move
reduced.
that we drop it down to 3%.
Okay, so you're proposing an amendment to your own
Yes.
motion. Okay, I'll go ahead and I'll second that. Is
Thank
there
you.
any debate on the amendment?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay,
I
Councilman Hargrove.
don't mind dropping it, but I need numbers. I can't make a decision today, right? So I liked your first motion to bring back information so then we can determine what we would use, what effect it would have. But just to pick up a number,
By the next budget meeting? By next week?
Whenever. I'm completely fine
Okay.
with that.
No, I get it,
the
but
mayor.
again.
But
he-
again, just for clarity, what is it that you guys are seeking?
Well, dropping it to 3%.
Well, first I wanted to, well, yeah, that being, so again, what
So
you
right
said
now,
is
if
about the range.
If our building revenue, let's say it's about, I don't know, $1.5 million, it's $150,000 a year that we're collecting about that. So if you drop it to 3%, I mean,
Well, I mean, again, but it was your, it's what you said earlier, that 2 to 3% is a standard, correct?
overall, you see it fluctuate. I will tell you 10% is on the high end. You see it anywhere between 2% and 7%.
Yeah,
Okay.
what may be more reasonable is for us to come back at the next meeting with information. We can do a
Okay.
manager's report if that's satisfactory to you, council member. We can do, similar cities, and if those that have a technology fee and what those rates are.
Sure, I like that as well, but I think because we have $1 million in that fund, dropping it to 3, which is the average that you stated, it's most cities 3. I think I'm gonna.
Yeah, it'll require 2 readings because it is an ordinance change.
Okay.
So if we bring it back next month, it still wouldn't be done
That's
until the
fine.
following
And
month.
if for whatever reason we don't want, like those of us that are currently in support of moving it to 3, if for whatever reason out of that we decide that maybe that's not the right percentage, then we can always change our mind at that point and make an amendment to the ordinance.
Yep.
Or whatever information comes back, we can reset it to a different number or just kill it. So
We'll do
all
both.
right.
We'll prepare an ordinance change and bring it back to you, and in the meantime, we'll also do due diligence and research, and we'll bring both of those things to you.
Thank you.
To the mayor, real quick.
All right.
vote.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Just in case. And this is just on the amendment, again, reducing the building technology fee to 3%.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Yes.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
Yes.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia. Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
No.
Mayor Diegues.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Excellent. We're now back on the
Oh,
main
the
motion
amendment,
as
the amendment.
amended. Any further discussion on the main motion? Seeing
I just,
none.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
through the mayor. So I voted yes, and I'm going to vote yes on the amended motion, only because we're going to have a chance to revisit it in second reading. So.
Well, first and second.
First
Remember,
and second.
we're still in the new MBI phase,
Sorry.
so you still have 2 more chances to change your mind.
Moreover, for that reason.
And Mr. Mayor, the amended motion is to have staff come back to us, right?
Yes, to come
Okay,
back to
perfect.
us. Well,
It's
to drop
two-pronged.
to 3%.
One is to bring back an ordinance reducing it to 3.
And come back.
And
to us.
also to bring back research on other similar cities to ours and what those
Yeah.
that do charge a
it.
technology fee as well as what the
But
rates are.
if it helps you think of it this way, it's coming back 2 more times.
And I'm on the same page as Councilman Hernandez. I don't know if I would approve it, but I want staff to come back, so let's get it moving. That's fine.
Exactly. But again, we'll have 2 more bites at the apple from here on out. So with
Mayor,
that said,
and just to make sure, in that ordinance, who moved it?
it was
Councilmember
Councilman
Garcia?
and I believe I second. Well, the main motion, I don't remember. I seconded the amendment. I don't remember if I seconded the.
I'll take the second.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, whatever. I mean, you're
Thank
going to
you.
find out soon enough anyway when you go back into the minutes and
Okay.
all that. But okay. With that, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion carries. We're now on 16G, National Domestic Violence Awareness Month. Very simply, and I believe we've done this in the past. I mean, it's been a couple years now, but the idea is just for National Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we would light up the exterior town hall in purple, which is the color for domestic violence awareness organizations like the Zonta Club. So with that, that is my motion to go ahead and do that. It's been seconded by the Vice Mayor.
Question.
Question from the Vice Mayor.
What's
then,
the month?
And then,
Do you know the month?
October.
the month, it's one of those weird, like.
Oh, it's not like exactly a month?
Yeah,
or-
if you want.
It's okay.
Again, yeah.
No, it was out of curiosity. Our staff will figure it out. And let
Yeah,
it
it starts in October. I know
Okay,
that.
got it.
Because remember, there's like Hispanic
coming
Heritage
up.
Month, and yeah.
Cool, yeah.
Okay, Councilman Sanchez.
I just want to make sure we're not stepping on the toes of Breast Cancer Awareness Month since we light up Town Hall for pink.
Yeah, I mean, look, we can figure it out
Where we
they
can do half and half.
Yeah,
Half
well,
the
well,
month for one and half the
I mean,
month.
look,
for the
yeah,
other.
Omar,
I
can we
think-
do the lights half and half? Half,
Like
Yeah,
the
pink
first
and
half of
purple,
the month, the
pink and
first
purple.
15
half
days.
pink, half purple?
No, like the first half of the month
No,
would be
no, no,
pink, the
we-
second half
we
of the
get
month
it,
would
but
be purple.
we're just being facetious, you know. Yeah, we're just being facetious.
No, I mean, we could do every
Director
other
Santos,
light
if the answer is
to actually
anything but
match.
yes, I'm gonna be livid. You know, you can absolutely do half the month one color and the other half the other, or is it a financing issue?
If you give us, the best would be to give us dates of when you want to switch.
That's easy. Everybody can Google.
Just give us, I think this was done last year.
Well, we did pink. I don't remember, and I know we did do
Or blue,
purple.
'cause there was-
Well, no, that I think blue was for.
There was also an orange and blue month.
Autism.
Oh, okay, yeah,
In
yeah.
May.
Orange was for Zonta.
Okay, yeah. So again, but I'm not too concerned about the dates. We can give them co-equal parental rights there, if you will. You know, so
But if we do them halves, is that the?
that
I'd
is the
say
direction.
do October 1 to 15 in pink and October 16 through 31
month.
in orange.
Okay.
I have faith in you guys that you can figure this out.
No, I thought you were saying is split the
Purple,
lights
singing of Halloween.
with the
No,
colors.
no, that was a joke. That was
Okay.
a joke earlier.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The motion carries. Item 16H, FPL franchise fees, election approval by Councilman Garcia. You're
Thank you,
recognized
Mr.
to
Mayor.
introduce the motion.
In the spirit of Meet the Mendez, I think we were all very excited, very happy to see the participation. The residents came out, they gave their voice, they called us, they emailed us, they were on social media, they gave their opinion on the budget process, which is what we want. I mean, our electorate, our residents to be involved. I think this is in the spirit of what Mita would have wanted. I think residents deserve a voice in any decision to increase fees that affect their bottom line and families' budgets. Therefore, what I'm asking my colleagues to agree with, that any proposed increase to the FPL franchise fee must be placed on the next available election ballot and have the residents decide either way whether the franchise fee should be raised and what percentage should be raised.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Councilman or Vice Mayor, you're recognized for discussion.
The only thing I would recommend is that instead of placed on the ballot, of the next election, that it be of the next regular town election, so that we're not spending additional money on an election.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Yeah, that's what I meant. I left it out. Yes, absolutely. The next town election, absolutely. So we don't want to spend any extra money on any standalone elections.
I have an amendment. I want to go ahead and amend the item as a strike call that not only for the franchise fee, any increases must go out to the ballot, but any increases in the millage rate must also go out to a ballot. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Is there discussion?
Yeah, I would like to discuss this.
Okay.
This
Go
isn't
ahead.
this isn't how our system of government works.
Exactly.
Yes.
But I just wanted to make a
I
point.
wanted to make sure. All right. Okay. I thought for a second, but okay.
Don't worry. I haven't lost my marbles. I'm
Okay,
sure
I
the
mean,
manager
listen,
was ready to kill me.
I understand the reasoning for the idea, but that's just not how our system of government works. We cannot allow every single decision. And I get it. This isn't every single decision, but that's our job, is to decide the tax rate. That's the only legal job I believe we're legally obligated to do. So I just can't support that idea.
Is your comment towards the amendment?
Oh, my comment's towards everything.
The amendment affects
amendment
it's a
and
strike call,
FPL,
so
yeah.
I included specifically both the franchise fee and the millage rate, so it's germane for him to bring up both items. But again, I completely agree with Councilman Herzberg. We are elected to do a job. We have to, I can say this since we're all men up here, we have to man up and do the job. You know, getting yelled at, sometimes by residents that may not fully understand what's going on, that's part of what we signed up for, right? And what's more than that is we have to make decisions with the data that's available to us. Let's be realistic that we have access to more data than others. And the principle that I was trying to, or to make note of with the amendment is that to go ahead and say we need to have an election for one fee means logically that it should apply also to the millage rate, right? And which then again, what are we doing here then if that's the case? So, if we're going to do everything, by an election, for every little decision, instead of exercising our powers, so that's where the amendment's coming from, which was more as a farce, and I'm going to vote no, but
well, through the mayor.
One second. If
Sure.
I will say, I agree with your logic in the sense of there are certain things that it's our responsibility, and as you put it, we need to man up and take the hits sometimes. But I will say, I don't like comparing a fee to a tax. A tax and a fee are two different things. The franchise fee is something that we set by ordinance. We could do it at literally any time in the year. We don't have to do it during the budget season because Councilman Fernandez put up an NBI. It showed up for first reading, and it was about to show up for second reading in front of the second budget hearing. Just like that, it could have easily have been done at any other point in the year and changed the franchise fee.
Are either of you considering what's going to happen when this amendment comes in front of Florida voters in 2026 to do away with most property taxes? So we're really going to bind our hands even further.
That's not what I'm saying.
No. I get what you're saying. And by the way, I've heard multiple people up here suggest that the franchise fee is not really a fee. It's actually a tax. I've heard it multiple times. So, I'd be curious to play that back.
Through the chair.
But, again, I just want to be clear that, that I really do think, and I will call on you for rebuttal. Sure. But I just want to be clear that I think that this is not this at all is very short-sighted, and it's going to create more problems than it solves. But, and again, the point of my amendment was just to illustrate that point. If people, again, just as the residents did this year, as they have in years past, in the almost 7 years now that I've been here, they will let us know if they're not happy with something we're doing, and we will have the chance to correct it. We don't need to tie the hands of future councils or our own hands in the future if we have to respond to an emergency. And let's be real, this budget situation is not going to get much better moving forward. So that's the point I want to make. Councilman Garcia, you wanted to make a rebuttal.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. The reason why I seconded it, because I wanted to discuss the reasons, and I understand your point, but here's my point. I think we did a disservice by accepting such a high cap to the residents. We all knew we were going to work. We were going to bring it down. And look, we're getting there. We're almost there. I have a good feeling we're going to get either close to the flat or maybe the flat, right? We also approved, giving a reimbursement to our seniors with low income. The reason I seconded it is not because I understand we're here for a reason and it's our job to do that, absolutely, and pick the millage rate. But because of what happened, I think that we did a disservice to the residents in deciding on such a high cap, when I think we all could have gave it a little more thought and said, wait a second, we're gonna work to bring this down. Why not scare the residents, because we're not trying to scare the residents, but why upset the residents in that aspect of it? So that's why I seconded that. And I understand we make that decision. I'm not, and again, I wanted to discuss it. No, I'm not for putting the millage as, putting it to vote. But I am for putting the franchise fee to vote, because I believe that is something that is a little more reasonable, right? Putting the millage rate to vote is not reasonable, and I agree with you. But I seconded it because I wanted to make that point. I think we created an issue, like we started a fire, and then we put it out, and we're saying, oh, we get credit for putting out the fire when we started the fire. And I think that's the point I'm trying to make. And I think it's a reasonable point, Mr. Mayor.
Do you think that it's possible that you may be going the complete opposite direction and therefore going too far? Because again, you're talking about that you're worried about the public perception, which is our job to manage at the end of the day, right? That's why we have the pulpit.
Not perception, but the reality of, we knew we were going to work up here, because we all said we were going to work up here to bring it down.
That is correct.
So accepting that 36% increase as a cap, I think when we knew it was not going to be 36, it could have been a more reasonable cap, is what I'm trying to say. So that is why I think because I want to discuss it. I want to be able to, and that's why I second to be able to discuss it to your point. But I understand what you're saying, that we need to, we were voted in to make that decision, and we need to decide what the actual millage rate is, but I think we could have handled it a little better.
Yeah,
and that is my point.
That's all fine and dandy.
So I will withdraw my second on that.
Through the mayor.
Well, no, I don't believe that's how it works, and I'll ask the
we can't do that. Well,
the
then
attorneys to opine on that.
There's other council members that would like to opine.
Okay.
Okay, where are they?
Right here.
Okay, well, you already opined once, so
yeah,
go
but
ahead.
you guys have gone in a back and forth,
Yeah.
and kind of like hijacked this conversation, because I just wanted to point out, in reference to yours, from my perspective, while I think that idea is novel, and I think I understand where he's coming from. I was not planning on supporting the original at a very minimum. If he's going to make it the motion, I wanted it phrased correctly. But as far as your item, the only place I take issue with it, I understand where you're getting at. I understand that. And I understand where it's coming from. It's meant to prove a point. But what I don't appreciate is comparing the millage and the franchise fee. They're not the same. The one thing that I have been on record on saying is, it doesn't matter if they stab you in the front or they stab you in the back, they're still stabbing you. The merit of Councilmember Garcia's point, with just like you had no intention of voting on yours, the merit of this item that I had no intention of voting on is there does need to be more transparency as far as the franchise fee is concerned. This was an item that was raised as a way of saving ourselves from presenting a 2.63 millage. Because in reality, when the second version of the budget was presented to us at 2.24, in reality, it should have been a 2.5 something. Because the only reduction was like about 100 and something grand. Everything else that was reduced was 1.5 million additional that we were getting in franchise fee. So it was, in a way, a hidden tax. So I agree with the spirit of the MBI, of it seeking more transparency, even though the execution, huh?
Even my friend, it does sound like you just called it a tax, though, unless I missed something.
I disagree with calling it a tax, but it still has that effect. But a tax has, what, 2 budget hearings, all of our workshops and all that stuff, and we're not dedicating that attention to a franchise fee. Is my point, is that because it's not a tax, it can be snuck under the radar, and I don't like that.
Well, that's not entirely true. Actually, remember, let's go walk back on how we got here, right? This began as an MBI from Councilmember Fernandez, and then it was considered again or was brought in a special call meeting just before the first budget hearing. That's at least 2 opportunities for the public to opine, more than enough transparency. Again, I'm sure we all got tagged on all the Facebook posts about that. So again, I don't want to belabor the point. It sounds like we're more just having an argument on semantics, you know. So I don't know if anybody else who does want to opine. Okay, Councilman Cuadra Garcia and anybody else? Okay, so just Councilman Cuadra Garcia, and I guess we'll start calling votes.
I want to take a personal point of privilege to just throw in a piece of sauce here, okay? A piece of sauce.
It better be good sauce.
I use the best. We tabled to put the franchise fee to sleep. When the moment comes, can I bring it back? Can I motion to bring it back and bring it to Zippo?
No, he doesn't, anyone can do that.
Well, wait, so are you making an amendment just to go ahead and set the franchise fee at 0?
0, that's where I'd like to see it.
Okay, so that'll be a second amendment. So let's take up that first.
A second amendment to what?
So look, there's a main motion, right, which was Councilman Garcia's motion. There was my amendment, and now
I'll
he's
second
making an
that.
amendment to my amendment.
Point of order. I do not believe that is even remotely germane to the main motion or the amendment.
I'll just second it for discussion. I'll just send it.
But yeah, so he's making a point of order. I have to make a ruling on that. I will say that the point is well taken. You know, and, you know, again, because we're just talking about whether or not to have an election on the franchise fee and not on whether to, what rate to set the franchise fee. You know, I'm going to rule that particular motion out of order, in other words, not germane. And again, the time for you to bring that up, I think, should be a new business item at the next meeting, okay? So back on my original motion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Which, again, this one was my facetious motion.
Okay, I want to make sure which motion it is.
Yeah.
So
No. My amendment, my facetious strike all amendment. All right, I just want to make that clear for everybody.
The one on adding the millage.
Please call the roll.
On amendment number 1 from Mayor Dieguez, which was seconded by Councilmember Garcia. Councilmember Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
No.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
No.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Sanchez.
No.
Vice Mayor Morera.
No.
Mayor Dieguez.
No. All right, call the roll on the main motion.
So the main motion from Councilmember Garcia,
And I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, just to be clear, this is on Councilman Garcia's main motion, which was to put out any increase in the franchise fee to an election.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, just brief
Sure,
discussion.
yeah, okay.
It's the same idea, and Vice Mayor, it is a tax, right? So again, this is our job. We set this rate. We have the lowest rate in Dade County by far. Nobody's close to us. I understand why it sounds like a good thing, but some things that sound like a good thing aren't. And this is just not the way our system of government works.
Okay, with that, Madam Clerk, now you may proceed
So
calling
yes,
the roll.
the motion from Councilmember Garcia, which was seconded by Vice Mayor Morera, which again I will repeat is for the FPL franchise fee to be placed on the ballot in the next election, which was November 2025, not a special election. It was clarified.
That's not a correct recitation of the motion.
I think
No.
it was clarified, not a special election, but in the next regularly scheduled election, which would be November.
Town
Do
26,
you
I'm
want me to
sorry,
help?
26.
Or do you want to clarify? Just to clarify, the motion was for if there is a future proposed increase. It's a perpetual thing, exactly. It's not related to any specific election year or anything like that.
Okay.
This was just to set a general rule.
Councilmember Garcia.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
No.
Councilmember Sanchez.
No.
Councilmember Hertzberg.
No.
Councilmember Cuadra Garcia.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Morera.
No.
Mayor Dieguez.
No.
The motion fails.
Thank you. With that, we're now on item 16I, review of park facility rental fees. I move to waive 7.2 of the special rules of order.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded on the waiver. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The rule is waived. Just as it states in the motion, the idea is just to have staff conduct a review of the fees we charge for renting park facilities like the buildings, the pavilions, et cetera, which I believe has not been done since 2011 is what we had learned before. And again, this is a user fee that should be updated from time to time to make sure we're recovering our cost. I think that's one of the lessons we're learning from the budget discussions. So with that, that is my motion.
Second.
Seconded. Any discussion?
Just an amendment is to just add to this our overall fees, our building fees, all of our user fees throughout the town, not just the parks, anything else that we may potentially use.
I'll second that.
Just an overall thing.
Okay. With that, on the amendment, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Now on the main motion as amended, any discussion? Councilman Herzberg.
I just want to confirm we want this to be done by our staff, or how do we?
By staff.
Okay, I want to make sure. by staff.
I see. Yeah,
Right.
I again, I believe. Look, and I'll give them enough time as they need to get it done. But yeah, I envision it being staff.
And as much time as they need, but realistically also within like 90 days.
I mean, again, I think that should be an aspirational goal. I mean, we're asking them to review all the fees, right? And they're doing it in-house on top of their regular
180
responsibilities.
days.
Ed, Mr.
No
Manager.
idea how long it'll take, because we've never done this, at least not under, since I've been here, we've never done this.
Yeah, and again, look, like we're about to finish the budget season, right? So this really isn't going to really affect us until the next budget year. So that's what I'm saying. You know, I think
That's
putting, okay, I see the director badge done. Did I say it right this time?
After so many years.
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Honestly, I felt bad, but the guy's known you for 7 years.
I'm sorry.
So
He's
he's got no excuse. I'm new.
In all fairness, it's a Lebanese last name pronounced by Cubans, so I don't think we're getting it right either. So don't worry. As a family, I don't think we're getting it right either.
That's fair. Okay.
No, the only item, 90 days should be sufficient. We did a little bit of background just to take a look. I feel confident that within 90 days.
I was waiting on that.
Yeah. So we have a close-knit
Why
parks
don't we go
community.
with the
so
180 days just to be safe as an aspirational goal? Because again, let's not be, you know.
We expect a report back by then.
Yeah, exactly.
Even if it's, hey, we're still.
Correct. Okay, so with that, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes have it. And now we are on item 17A. Councilman Herzberg, you're recognized to give your update on rock mining blasting matters.
Yeah, just really primarily for you, Mayor, scheduling a meeting with the Vice Mayor of Miramar and trying to schedule a meeting with the Mayor of Miramar as well. So just want to keep you informed of what's going on, and we push forward.
Yeah, we're good? All right, with that, there being no further business, at 10:21, we are now adjourned.